In the stillness of a desert night, beneath a sky jeweled with stars, the silence of the ancient world seems to whisper secrets lost to time. What if those whispers weren't myths, but memories, echoes of an age when humanity's ancestors looked upward and saw more than distant suns? Could the builders of the world's first temples have been reaching towards something or someone beyond the earth itself? Across continents, the same question lingers in stone. How did early civilizations, with primitive tools, align massive temples and pyramids with mathematical precision to celestial bodies thousands of light years away? Were they guided by divine inspiration, or by something far more extraordinary? This is the mystery that has haunted explorers, scholars, and dreamers for generations. Ancient temples, scattered across the globe, share a pattern that defies coincidence. They are more than monuments. They are messages, carved in limestone and granite, encoded in geometry and starlight. The temples of Egypt mirror Orion's belt. The ruins of Angkor, what traced the path of Draco, and the great pyramids of Mesoamerica echo, celestial constellations visible only from the heavens. Who told them to build this way? How could cultures separated by oceans and millennia follow the same cosmic blueprint? Mainstream archaeology tells us these alignments are symbolic, rituals of agricultural cycles or seasonal worship. But what if they were something more? What if these temples were part of an ancient global effort to communicate with beings from beyond? Evidence grows with every discovery. Carvings that depict flying craft, text describing shining visitors descending from the sky, and knowledge of stars invisible to the naked eye. The deeper we dig, the more impossible the story becomes. Imagine the world as it was thousands of years ago. No modern machines, no satellites, no telescopes, yet humans knew the rhythm of the cosmos with uncanny precision. They measured the precession of the equinoxes, mapped the movement of planets, and constructed sacred sites aligned to solstices and star clusters. Was this mere observation or instruction? Were these temples built to worship gods, or to summon them? The mystery is not only in what we see, but in what has been hidden. Beneath the sands of Egypt, under the jungles of Cambodia, and within the mountains of Peru, lie chambers that have never been opened, sealed corridors that may hold artifacts not of this earth. Ancient texts speak of knowledge from the stars, of beings who descended in chariots of fire, who taught mankind the arts of heaven. Could this be mythologized history of a forgotten contact? This journey will take us through forbidden temples and long-lost ruins, through suppressed discoveries and ancient manuscripts once deemed too dangerous for public eyes. We will meet the archaeologists who dare to challenge the official narrative and the researchers who vanish trying to prove that our past is far stranger than we've been told. Each discovery draws us closer to a single world-changing question. If the gods of old were visitors from the stars, then what does that make us? Tonight, we reopen the forgotten pages of human history. We will walk through corridors built for the gods, trace alignments that stretch to distant galaxies, and uncover secrets hidden in plain sight for thousands of years. The truth is buried not only in stone, but in the stars themselves. The temples stand as proof, waiting for those who dare to see. By the end of this journey, you may never look at the night sky the same way again. Across the world, separated by oceans and continents, ancient cultures raised temples that seem to follow a single mysterious plan, a design guided not by local terrain or cultural tradition, but by the stars themselves. From the arid plains of Egypt to the mist-shrouded jungles of Cambodia, from the mountains of Peru to the sacred valleys of India, these temples form an invisible web of celestial geometry. Their alignments are not random. They mirror the heavens, as if humanity once shared a universal language, the language of the cosmos. In Egypt, the great pyramids of Giza are positioned with a precision that continues to astonish modern engineers. They mirror the belt of Orion, the celestial home of Osiris, god of resurrection. Thousands of miles away, the temples of Teotihuacan in Mexico are arranged in the same pattern, also pointing toward Orion. Could two civilizations, separated by millennia and continents, have independently built identical cosmic blueprints? The odds defy reason. Yet these similarities repeat across the globe, forming a pattern impossible to ignore. In Cambodia, the sprawling complex of Angkor, what is not just a temple? It is a star map etched into Earth itself. Its towers correspond to constellation Draco, symbolizing the serpent of the sky, and its entire layout mirrors the Milky Way as it appeared over 10,000 years ago. How could the builders have known this ancient configuration when modern astronomy only confirmed it recently? The same question arises in Peru, where the Nazca lines stretch across the desert. Massive geoglyphs depicting animals, symbols, and straight lines that point directly to constellations. The purpose of these alignments remains a mystery, but their precision is undeniable. In China's Henan province, the ruins of the ancient observatory at Dangfeng align with solstices and equinoxes, marking celestial events with flawless accuracy. In Britain, Stonehenge captures the rising sun of midsummer with mathematical perfection, while its lesser-known counterpart, Woodhenge, mirrors the lunar cycles. When all these sites are plotted on a global map, they appear to follow invisible meridians and energy lines that link continents together, as though Earth itself was once grid with a divine template. Was this the result of coincidence or collaboration on a planetary scale? What connects these sacred sites is not merely architecture, but intent. Each one appears to have been built as a bridge between the heavens and the earth, a place where the terrestrial and celestial met. The priests, astronomers, and builders who conceived them seemed to hold a knowledge beyond their time, one that transcended culture and geography. These temples weren't simply houses of worship. They were instruments of alignment, devices that captured cosmic energy, measured time, and perhaps even served as communication nodes between worlds. Modern researchers have attempted to explain these parallels through the diffusion of culture, the idea that ancient people traded knowledge along migration routes. But such an explanation falters when one considers the sheer distances, the lack of contact between continents, and the fact that some of these temples predate known seafaring civilizations. How, then, did this knowledge travel? How did the builders of Angkor, one in the east, know what the astronomer priests of Giza in the west were doing thousands of years earlier? The answer may lie in a forgotten epoch, a time when humanity's ancestors shared direct contact with celestial teachers. Myths across the world speak of sky beings who descended from the stars, bringing knowledge of architecture, agriculture, and the heavens. The ancient Egyptians spoke of Thoth, the god of wisdom, who came from the stars and taught men the language of light. The Mayans revered Kukulkan, the feathered serpent who descended from the sky and promised to return. The Sumerians worshipped the Anunnaki, divine beings who descended to earth and gave humanity the gift of civilization. Across cultures, the message is the same. The knowledge of the heavens was not discovered. It was given. When viewed through this lens, the global pattern of star temples becomes something extraordinary, evidence of a shared legacy, a forgotten alliance between humanity and beings from beyond. The precision of their alignments could represent more than religious symbolism. They might have been a way to send or receive messages across the vastness of space, using Earth itself as a transmitter. Ancient builders may have seen the stars not as distant suns, but as destinations, homes of their gods, their teachers, their origin. Even the layout of the temples seems to follow a logic of communication. Many were built on high-energy points of Earth's geomagnetic field, enhancing their connection to celestial frequencies. Their towers and obelisks acted as antennas, conducting subtle energies between sky and stone. In the ancient world, where myth and science were one, these sites were living conduits, channels through which gods could speak and men could ascend. This sacred technology, hidden within the art of architecture, might have been the bridge between two worlds, human and divine, earthly and cosmic. As we trace the pattern of these temples across the globe, a haunting question emerges. Were our ancestors mapping the stars, or were they following a map left by the stars? The next chapter of this journey will delve deeper into the myths that accompany these temples, stories of gods, giants, and luminous beings who walked among mortals. Myths that may not be myths at all, but memories of ancient contact written in stone. Long before recorded history, civilizations across the world began to tell eerily similar stories, legends of gods who came down from the heavens, shining like fire, bearing wisdom and power far beyond human comprehension. These weren't ordinary deities of nature or fertility. They were beings of light and technology, described in almost every ancient culture as arriving from the stars. The Sumerians called them the Anunnaki. The Egyptians spoke of the Shem-Sahor, the followers of Horus, while the ancient Hindus recorded tales of celestial beings known as the Devas and Asuras waging wars in the sky. The similarities are too profound, too detailed, to dismiss as coincidence. It is as though ancient peoples across the world were remembering fragments of the same encounter, filtered through the language and myth of their time. In the fertile lands of Mesopotamia, the Sumerians inscribed cuneiform tablets that spoke of the Anunnaki, those who came from the heavens to earth. They described how these beings descended in fiery chariots, reshaped the earth, and bestowed knowledge of writing, agriculture, and astronomy upon humankind. One of the most famous tablets, the Enuma Elish, describes the creation of man as a direct act of these gods, blending the essence of heaven with the essence of earth. To modernize, this reads like a myth, yet the precision of their astronomical knowledge, including the awareness of planets unseen until modern telescopes, raises a question. Were they preserving a memory of real visitors from the stars? Thousands of miles to the west, the ancient Egyptians recorded similar accounts. Their gods, too, came from the sky. Osiris descended in a heavenly boat. Thoth came from the stars to bring wisdom, and the pharaohs were said to rule by divine bloodlines connected to these celestial beings. The pyramid texts, the oldest known religious writings on earth, speak of the pharaoh's soul ascending to the stars to join his heavenly ancestors. Why did these early societies so consistently identify their gods with specific constellations? Was it symbolism or the memory of origin? The temples of Egypt were not merely tombs or sanctuaries. They were built as stairways to the heavens, literal points of connection between human and divine realms. In the East, the ancient Vedic texts of India describe gods known as the devas who rode vimanas, flying chariots that move in the sky with lightning speed, emitting fire and sound. The Mahabharata recounts great wars fought in the heavens, with weapons that sound disturbingly similar to modern descriptions of energy blasts or nuclear detonations. A single projectile charge with all the power of the universe, a column of incandescent smoke and flame as bright as 10,000 suns. Are these ancient myths or eyewitness accounts of technologies that existed long before our recorded age? Meanwhile, across the ocean in Mesoamerica, the Mayans and Aztecs worshipped Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, a radiant being who descended from the sky, taught agriculture, mathematics, and astronomy, and promised a return. His story mirrors that of Viracocha in Peru, another pale, luminous god who came from the heavens to bring civilization. The Hopi of North America tell of the Kachinas, star beings who visited in glowing craft and taught humans the ways of the universe. Even the Dogon tribe of Africa spoke of visitors from Sirius, describing in detail the binary nature of that star system centuries before modern science confirmed it. How could such precise astronomical knowledge appear in cultures that supposedly had no telescopes, no way of seeing what was invisible to the naked eye? Everywhere we look, the same narrative reappears. Beings from the sky descending in radiant light, imparting wisdom and departing with the promise of return. Ancient art reinforces these accounts. Carvings of winged gods, figures in helmets and suits, discs of light hovering above temples. In Sumerian reliefs, we see beings manipulating strange devices. In Egyptian hieroglyphs, we see winged orbs and beings emerging from star-shaped portals. The pattern is consistent, as though each civilization was recording the same story in its own way. The arrival teacher is not of this world. Mainstream scholars often explain these similarities as psychological archetypes, human imagination projecting divinity onto the stars. But what if the opposite is true? What if these myths are distorted memories of a time when humanity truly met those who came from the heavens? What if the gods of legend were not born of faith, but of encounter? The precision of ancient star knowledge, the uniform symbolism across continents, and the sacred rituals of alignment all point toward a forgotten truth, a time when the sky was not empty and the gods walked among men. The implications are staggering. If ancient temples, scriptures, and myths all point to contact with advanced beings, then the foundation of our history, the very story of human civilization, may be incomplete. It may be that the rise of agriculture, the spark of writing, the sudden leaps in mathematics and architecture were not spontaneous human achievements, but gifts from those who came before. Perhaps humanity's greatest teachers were not of this earth at all. As we move deeper into this exploration, we will begin to uncover how these myths transformed into physical monuments, how the stories of the gods became stone blueprints of celestial contact. From the sands of Egypt to the jungles of Southeast Asia, every temple tells the same story in its own tongue, that the heavens were not far, and that the builders of earth once looked skyward not in worship, but in remembrance. Beneath the blazing sun of the Egyptian desert rises a monument that defies time. The Great Pyramid of Giza, a structure so precise, so mathematically perfect, that even modern engineers stand in awe of its construction. Its stones, weighing several tons each, are placed with surgical accuracy, forming angles aligned almost perfectly to true north, an alignment so exact that it deviates by mere fractions of a degree. But what if this monumental precision wasn't only a triumph of engineering? What if it was part of a celestial blueprint, a message to the stars or from them? Egypt's temples and pyramids are not merely tombs or monuments. They are part of a vast cosmic map linking heaven and earth, built upon knowledge far beyond what the ancient world should have possessed. When viewed from above, the three pyramids of Giza replicate the pattern of Orion's belt, three stars shining in perfect diagonal alignment across the night sky. Egyptologists often describe this as symbolic, a reflection of the ancient Egyptians' devotion to Osiris, the god of the afterlife, who was associated with the constellation Orion. But could it be more than symbolism? The placement of each pyramid, the space in between them, and even their relative sizes correspond exactly to the brightness and positioning of the stars Alnitak, Alnilam, and Mintaka. This was not chance. Whoever designed the Giza Plateau did so with knowledge of the heavens so advanced that it rivals modern astronomical mapping. The connection doesn't end there. The Great Pyramid itself aligns precisely with the points of the compass, north, south, east, and west, with a level of accuracy unmatched by any other ancient structure. The probability of this being coincidence is astronomically small. How could ancient builders, armed supposedly with copper tools and ropes, achieve such an alignment? The only logical explanation is that they possessed a deep understanding of the Earth's geometry and the celestial sphere. Some theorists suggest that they used knowledge handed down from a much earlier civilization, one that may have had direct contact with beings who navigated by the stars themselves. Inside the pyramid lies another mystery, the narrow shafts that cut through its inner chambers. For centuries, they were assumed to be ventilation tunnels. But modern research has revealed that these shafts point directly to key stars in the Egyptian pantheon, Orion's belt and Sirius. During specific times in history, starlight would have shone through these shafts, illuminating the internal passageways. Imagine standing within the pyramid at that moment, a beam of celestial light traveling across the cosmos to pierce the darkness of stone, connecting the heavens to earth. To the ancient Egyptians, this wasn't just symbolic. It was the act of cosmic communion, the soul's ascension pathway to the gods. The connection between Sirius and the Egyptian god Isis deepens this mystery. Each year, the rising of Sirius marked the flooding of the Nile, a life-giving event that defined the agricultural cycle of Egypt. But beyond its practical importance, the heliacal rising of Sirius was seen as the rebirth of the goddess herself, a signal from the stars that life and order would return. Temples such as Dendera and Abydos were constructed to align with this celestial event, their corridors and sanctuaries built so that light from the rising star would travel deep into the heart of the temple only on that sacred day. Such precision required not only centuries of astronomical observation, but also an understanding of the Earth's axial precession, a phenomenon modern science only rediscovered in the last few centuries. The Temple of Luxor, often called the Temple of Man, mirrors the proportions of the human body, but its design is also aligned with celestial harmonics. Ancient priests believed that humans were a reflection of the cosmos, that the stars themselves pulsed through our veins. The hieroglyphs along the walls tell stories of divine descent, of gods who came from the sky in radiant boats and taught the Egyptians sacred knowledge. Within the sanctuaries, carvings depict discs of light with beings emerging from them, what modern eyes might call craft or portals. Were these symbolic images or ancient eyewitness accounts of something far beyond human comprehension? Even the Nile River itself seems to echo this celestial pattern. When mapped against the night sky, the river's curve mirrors the Milky Way, the heavenly river. The pyramids, standing on its western bank, form a terrestrial reflection of Orion's belt, as if Earth itself had been designed to mirror the heavens. This idea is not unique to Egypt. It appears in cultures across the world, from the Mayan alignment of their temples to the stars of the Pleiades. to the Angkor complex's reflection of the Milky Way. But Egypt's precision remains most extraordinary, a civilization so ancient, yet so astronomically exact, that its accomplishments seem almost impossible without advanced knowledge. Many archaeologists attribute this to religious devotion and painstaking observation. Yet, when one considers the scale, accuracy, and astronomical sophistication involved, the explanation begins to strain belief. Could it be that the architects of these monuments were following instructions, not from the pharaohs, but from those who came from the heavens? Ancient texts hint at this possibility. The Edfu temple inscriptions tell of the builder gods, who constructed sanctuaries under the guidance of beings who came from the stars of the Milky Way. The legend of Thoth, the god of wisdom and measurement, describes him as the one who came from the stars, bringing knowledge of the heavens. What if these deities were not abstract symbols of celestial forces, but memories of physical beings, teachers, engineers, astronomers, who visited Earth in a forgotten age? Their legacy may have been preserved through architecture, encoded in the orientation and design of Egypt's most sacred sites. The pyramids and temples were not mere tombs or tributes. They were machines, devices built to resonate with cosmic frequencies, to bridge the gap between human and divine. And so, Egypt stands as the world's most visible proof of a cosmic dialogue, a silent message written in stone, meant to endure for eternity. The Great Pyramid, with its perfect alignment and mysterious purpose, may be the most enduring monument to that contact, a beacon of an ancient partnership between Earth and the stars. But if Egypt holds the blueprint of the heavens, then other lands may hold a continuation of that story. Far across the sea, in the jungles of Southeast Asia, another civilization built its own temple aligned not with Orion, but with Draco, a constellation associated with ancient celestial serpents. Could Angkor be the eastern counterpart to Egypt's cosmic code? Could it reveal that the knowledge of the stars, and perhaps those who came from them, spread across the entire ancient world? The next chapter unravels this enigma, taking us from the sands of the Nile to the misty towers of Cambodia, where another temple waits to tell its story. Across the shifting sands of Egypt, Peru, and the high plateaus of Bolivia, the ruins of the ancient world whisper of a forgotten mastery of engineering, a mastery so advanced that modern scientists struggle to replicate it. The precision of ancient construction has long puzzled archaeologists. But what if that precision is not merely a testament to human ingenuity, but evidence of something or someone else? The ancients called their builders the gods, the shining ones, those who descended from the sky. Could these monuments be the legacy of a civilization that worked alongside beings possessing technology far beyond our own? As we study the stones, the deeper mystery emerges. How did they do it, and who taught them how? At Giza, blocks weighing up to 80 tons each were lifted and set into place with such accuracy that not even a razor blade can fit between them. The limestone casing stones of the Great Pyramid, now mostly lost to time, once formed a seamless white surface polished to mirror-like perfection, reflecting sunlight so powerfully that the structure would have gleamed like a beacon visible for miles. The base of the pyramid is leveled to within less than an inch, a feat that would challenge even modern construction equipment. The same precision appears at temples across Egypt, from Karnak to Abydos, where massive pillars are carved from single pieces of stone and placed with mathematical symmetry. To explain this away as mere manual labor guided by copper chisels is to underestimate both the ancients and the possibility that they were not working alone. In Baalbek, Lebanon, lies one of the most confounding examples of megalithic construction, the Temple of Jupiter. Its foundation stones, known as the trilithon, each weigh nearly 1,000 tons, the equivalent of 2 fully loaded Boeing 747s. No modern crane can lift them with such precision, yet they are placed flawlessly, interlocking like the pieces of a cosmic puzzle. The quarry from which these stones were cut lies over half a mile away, and one of the blocks, the so-called Stone of the Pregnant Woman, still rests there, weighing over 1,200 tons. How could a supposedly primitive civilization have moved and placed these stones without advanced machinery? Local legends answer simply, the gods built Baalbek. Ancient astronaut theorists suggest that this was no exaggeration, that the site once served as a landing platform for celestial visitors, a theory that grows more plausible when viewed in context with the temple's massive scale and perfect alignment with the heavens. Thousands of miles to the west, in the Andes of Peru, stand the ruins of Sacsayhuaman, a fortress composed of enormous, irregularly shaped stones fitted together with a precision that defies logic. Each block has as many as 12 edges, yet they interlock so perfectly that not a piece of paper can slip between them. Some weigh more than 300 tons. The stones are not uniform, not cut into simple rectangles, but fitted together like the facets of crystal, as if molded into place. The question is not only how they were moved, but how they were shaped with such accuracy. No mortar hold them, and yet they have withstood earthquakes for centuries. Local lore tells of the children of the sun, who built these walls with the help of sky beings who used sound and vibration to move stone as easily as a feather in the wind. In Pumapunku, near Lake Titicaca, another enigma awaits. The site is scattered with massive H-shaped blocks carved from andesite, one of the hardest stones on Earth. The cuts are so exact that they resemble machine work, with right angles and drill holes that suggest the use of advanced tools. Engineers who have examined them describe the craftsmanship as technologically impossible for a Bronze Age culture. The Incan legends surrounding Pumapunku speak of the gods descending from the heavens and building the site in a single night. Could this be a poetic description of advanced technology, machines, energy tools, or something even more mysterious, used to shape and levitate stone? One of the most striking aspects of these structures is the repetition of technique across continents. The precise interlocking blocks of Sacsayhuaman resemble those of the Osirian temple at Abydos. The polygonal masonry found in Peru mirrors that of Greece and Japan. The same high-level stone fitting appears in temples from Cusco to Crete, as if all these builders shared the same secret knowledge. Were they inheriting a technique from a lost global civilization, or were they all taught by the same teachers from the stars? Modern science continues to grapple with these questions. Experiments attempting to replicate ancient construction methods often fail. Rolling giant stones on logs breaks the logs. Ramps required to move the stones would need to be longer than the pyramids themselves. Copper tools bend and shatter when used on granite. Every attempt leads to more questions than answers. Could it be that ancient engineers used forms of technology now lost to us, technologies that harness sound, magnetism, or even anti-gravity? Texts from ancient Egypt speak of the priests who sang the stones into place. Tibetan monks have long spoken of the levitation of rocks through the sound of horns. Even modern physics acknowledges that sound and vibration can influence matter. Perhaps the ancients understood these principles and used them on a monumental scale. The mystery deepens when we consider how these structures have endured. The pyramids, the temples, the megaliths, all have survived earthquakes, floods, and millennia of erosion. Their longevity suggests not only superior materials, but also knowledge of structural resonance, how to build in harmony with the Earth's frequency. It is as if these temples were alive, built not only to stand, but to vibrate with the planet itself. Many ancient builders referred their temples as houses of life or machines of eternity. Could this phrase be literal? Were they constructing energy devices that interacted with the Earth's natural field? Or perhaps, as some suggest, transmitting signals to the heavens? If this theory holds, then ancient temples were not merely monuments of worship, but instruments of power and communication. Their stones may have been chosen for specific mineral properties, their shapes designed to focus and amplify energy. This would explain why many sacred sites share a geometric harmony with the stars and the Earth's magnetic grid. Such mastery implies not only technical ability, but also intent, a purpose beyond worship, perhaps to maintain contact with their celestial benefactors or preserve the knowledge left behind by them. As we study these temples, one undeniable truth emerges. The ancients were not guessing. They knew exactly what they were doing. Their engineering, far from primitive, suggests a lost understanding of physics, mathematics, and cosmology that may have originated from beyond our world. The evidence is there, hidden in every perfect joint and impossible angle, a signature of intelligence that refuses to fit within the timeline of human history. And so, the question remains, were these wonders of stone the work of early genius, or the remnants of collaboration between humans and gods from the stars? As we journey onward, the evidence will only deepen, leading us to temples that harness not only geometry and gravity, but the light of the sun itself, temples that may have been built as literal beacons between the earth and the cosmos. As dawn broke across the ancient world, sunlight became more than a source of warmth. It was a message to the architects of forgotten civilizations. Light was sacred, the visible breath of the gods. In the earliest temples from Egypt to Mexico, from Ireland's megaliths to the sanctuaries of India, a hidden intelligence guided their design, an understanding of how light and shadow could be woven into stone to create celestial harmony. Each temple was a clock, a calendar, and a cosmic mirror. They did not merely worship the sun, they harnessed it. The result was a global phenomenon. Temples of light, built to capture the energy of the cosmos at precise, breathtaking moments. In the deserts of southern Egypt stands the temple of Abu Simbel, carved directly into a cliff over 3,000 years ago. Every February 22nd and October 22nd, the first rays of the rising sun pierce through the temple's entrance, traveling 185 feet down a dark corridor to illuminate statues deep inside the inner sanctuary. Three of the figures, Ramses II and the gods Ra and Ammonius, are bathed in golden light, while the statue of Ptah, the god of darkness, remains untouched. This phenomenon lasts only a few minutes before the light retreats. The timing is so exact that it coincides with Ramses' coronation and birthday, a feat requiring astronomical calculation and engineering precision far beyond what conventional history credits to that era. How did they determine the perfect alignment thousands of years before modern instruments? The accuracy suggests either knowledge inherited from forgotten civilization, or perhaps taught by those who understood the heavens far more intimately than we do. In England, far to north, Stonehenge serves a similar purpose. Its massive stones are aligned to capture the first rays of the midsummer sunrise and the last light of the winter solstice. When the sun reaches its highest or lowest point in the sky, its light threads perfectly between the ancient trilithons, casting patterns that may have once signaled times of ceremony or celestial contact. Some researchers suggest that these structures were built as tuning devices, resonant instruments that vibrated with the Earth's magnetic field during key solar events. The ancients may have believed that when sunlight touched stone at these sacred moments, it created a gateway between the physical and spiritual worlds. But nowhere is this connection between sunlight and divinity more elaborate than in Angkor Wat, Cambodia. Each spring equinox, the sun rises directly above the central tower of the temple, aligning perfectly with its main causeway. For the few moments when the rising light crowns the temple, the structure seems to glow as if alive. The complex's corridors align with thousands of carvings depicting celestial beings and mythic battles. Perhaps not mere stories, but chronicle of cosmic history, lit by the very light that guided its creators. Scholars note that Angkor Wat's precise alignment to both solar and lunar cycles would have required generations of observation. Could such knowledge have been handed down from a time when humanity's connection to the stars was more direct? Similar solar mysteries appear across the world. The Mayan pyramid at Chichen Itza transforms during the spring and autumn equinoxes. As the sun sets, light and shadow merge to create the illusion of a serpent slithering down the pyramid staircase, the god Kukulkan returning to Earth. Thousands gather each year to witness it, unaware that the serpent's descent mirrors the movement of the constellation Draco across the sky. In Newgrange, Ireland, a passage tomb built over 5,000 years ago, sunlight enters through a narrow roof box only once each year, on the winter solstice. For 17 minutes, the dark chamber fills with golden light, illuminating carvings of spirals and solar motifs. The builders understood not only the path of the sun, but the exact tilt of the earth, a level of awareness that suggests scientific precision cloaked in spiritual purpose. These temples of light share a language, one of time, geometry, and illumination. Each was designed to capture the energy of specific celestial moments, as if their builders sought to harness more than light itself. Some theorists believe these alignments channeled subtle energies into the Earth's magnetic grid, maintaining planetary balance. Others propose they were intended as signals, a visual beacon to the heavens, marking humanity's awareness of the cosmic order. In ancient texts, from Egypt's Book of the Dead to India's Rig Veda, the sun is not merely a symbol of divinity, but a doorway, a portal through which souls and gods travel between worlds. Could these solar temples have functioned as literal gateways, harnessing the energy of the sun to open contact with other realms? The ancient architect obsession with light was not only spiritual but scientific. They measured the year by the sun's movement, predicted eclipses, and understood the interplay of time and shadow. The builders of these monuments worked with an understanding of solar geometry, so exact that even modern astronomy confirms their calculations. They viewed light as sacred technology, a medium through which divine communication could occur. Many temples were designed with chambers that amplified sound and reflected light in deliberate ways, creating sensory experiences that altered consciousness. For ancient priests, this may have been the true purpose, to stand in the exact spot where heaven touched earth and commune with the gods through geometry, light, and vibration. It's as though these temples were constructed not only for the living but for the cosmos itself, celestial receivers awaiting messages from the stars. If the builders were indeed taught by advanced beings, sunlight may have been the chosen medium, a universal language of energy understood across space and time. When the first rays of dawn illuminated those sacred halls, it may not have been a symbolic gesture of worship at all, but a signal, a cosmic handshake between humanity and the divine. Each of these sites, Abu Simbel, Stonehenge, Angkor Wat, Chichen Itza, and Newgrange, shares an understanding that transcends culture and geography. They prove that the ancients were not primitive sky watchers, but master astronomers, engineers, and metaphysicians. Their temples of light stand as silent proof that humanity once lived in harmony with the cosmos, or perhaps in communication with it. As we move deeper into the next revelation, another question emerges. If sunlight was the medium of divine communication, what about starlight? For hidden in the jungles of Cambodia lies a temple whose entire layout mirrors the night sky, Angkor Wat's celestial twin, a monument that may hold the key to proving that ancient civilizations were mapping not only the movement of the sun, but the pattern of the stars themselves. Hidden within the dense Cambodian jungle stands one of humanity's greatest architectural enigmas, Angkor Wat. Rising above a sea of trees, its 5 lotus-shaped towers pierce the mist like celestial beacons. To the casual traveler, it is a breathtaking symbol of devotion, an ancient temple dedicated to the Hindu god Vishnu. But beneath its spiritual facade lies something far more mysterious, a complex that encodes the stars themselves. Every stone, every tower, and every corridor is part of a cosmic design that links heaven and earth. Angkor Wat is not just a temple. It is a celestial map, one that may reveal humanity's long-forgotten connection to the beings who came from the stars. Stretching over 400 acres, Angkor Wat is the largest religious monument on Earth. Its builders, the Khmer Empire, constructed in the 12th century, or so the textbooks claim. Yet, evidence suggests the site may have far more ancient origins. Deep beneath its foundations lie older ruins and astronomical alignments that predate recorded Cambodian history. The temple's perfection of symmetry, orientation, and proportion defies the technology and mathematical understanding attributed to its supposed era. How did a civilization with no telescopes, no compasses, and no modern instruments achieve a level of precision that still astonishes architects today? When viewed from the air, Angkor Wat reveals its true secret. It mirrors the constellation Draco, the celestial serpent winding to the northern sky. This alignment is not symbolic whimsy. Each of the temple's major towers corresponds exactly to the position of Draco's stars, as they would have appeared in the sky around 10,500 BC, a date long before the rise of the Khmer civilization. This specific epoch is not arbitrary. It is the same time frame that the Great Pyramids of Giza align with Orion's belt, suggesting that both sites, separated by continents, were designed to reflect the heavens at the same ancient point in time. Could this be coincidence, or evidence of a shared knowledge that transcended geography and millennia? The entire Angkor complex appears to be a microcosm of the cosmos. The central tower represents Mount Meru, the mythical axis of the universe in Hindu cosmology, the mountain upon which the gods descended from the heavens. The surrounding towers symbolize the planetary spheres, while the moat that encircles the temple represents the cosmic ocean. This is not metaphorical architecture. It is sacred geometry given physical form. Every measurement, from the temple's perimeter to the height of its towers, encodes astronomical cycles, the solar year, lunar phases, and even the precession of the equinoxes. The temple is both calendar and cosmos, a living instrument designed to record the dance of the stars. At dawn during the equinox, The sun rises directly above the temple's central tower, casting a radiant glow that perfectly aligns with its corridors and causeways. As light floods the sanctum, the temple becomes a living observatory, a bridge between heaven and earth. Scholars have tried to explain this as a result of centuries of patient observation, yet the precision is too perfect, too deliberate. The ancients who built Angkor, what possessed a working knowledge of celestial mechanics that rivals modern astronomy. How could they have achieved this without advanced instruments or guidance from those who understood the heavens firsthand? The temple's bas-reliefs add another layer to the mystery. Carved into its sandstone walls are scenes depicting the churning of the ocean of milk, a myth describing gods and celestial beings working together to renew the cosmos. The imagery is stunningly detailed, serpent-like beings' luminous wheels, and heavenly entities descending from clouds. Some researchers interpret these as symbolic depictions of cosmic energy, while others see something more literal, a record of contact with advanced visitors. One particular panel shows figures operating what appear to be large devices emitting light or energy, and another depicts airborne craft resembling modern rockets or capsules. Were these metaphors for spiritual ascent or eyewitness accounts of technologies from the stars? The mysteries do not end on the temple walls. In 1996, NASA's satellite imaging revealed that Angkor Wat and its surrounding city aligned with an intricate network of water canals and reservoirs forming a vast geometric grid. The precision of this layout suggests not only architectural genius, but also an understanding of energy distribution, perhaps a terrestrial reflection of a cosmic map. Some theorists propose that these canals function as part of an energy system, channeling water like electrical current through a sacred circuit that mirrored the flow of the Milky Way. If true, then Angkor Wat was not just a temple but an energy machine, a living instrument designed to resonate with the stars. There is also the question of the Naga, the serpent deity prominently featured throughout the temple's carvings. In Hindu and Buddhist lore, the Naga is a celestial serpent who lives between worlds, part divine, part cosmic guardian. The constellation Draco, which Angkor Wat replicates, is also represented by a serpent winding through the heavens. Could the builders have encoded the Naga myth as a symbolic reminder of those who came from the heavens, the beings of light and wisdom described in so many ancient traditions? In the bas-reliefs, serpents often serve as ladders or bridges between the gods and humanity, suggesting a technological or energetic connection, possibly even a memory of interdimensional travel. The precision and intent behind Angkor Wat's celestial design hint at a larger pattern, a global tradition of encoding the heavens into sacred architecture. From Egypt's Orion alignment to the Mayan temples of Kukulkan, from the ziggurats of Mesopotamia to the pyramids of China, ancient builders seemed obsessed with reflecting the stars. But why? Were these temples meant to honor their cosmic teachers, to serve as beacons for their return, or to preserve a record of humanity's celestial origins? The patterns are too consistent, too deliberate to dismiss. Angkor Wat may well be one of the greatest surviving keys to this mystery, a terrestrial reflection of the stars, built as a message for future generations to decode. Local Cambodian legends speak of the temple's construction in a single night by the god Indra, aided by celestial beings. To modern ears, this sounds like myth, but within the myth may lie a memory, an echo of technologies or beings capable of feats beyond human capability. If the temple's builders were guided by visitors from the heavens, then Angkor Wat stands as a monument to that contact, a map, a machine, and a message all in one. The deeper one studies Angkor Wat, the clearer the pattern becomes. This was not merely a temple built for worship, but a coded communication. Its geometry speaks of the heavens. Its alignment resonates with the stars. It stands as living proof that ancient civilizations did not see themselves as separate from the cosmos. They saw themselves as part of it, participants in a celestial dialogue. As the sun sets behind Angkor Wat, its towers darken, but its meaning grows brighter. The temple becomes a mirror of the night sky, a reminder that the gods of the stars were not distant myths, but perhaps the first architects of Earth's sacred knowledge. And so, as our journey continues, we follow that same trail of starlight, from the jungles of Cambodia to the plains of India, where ancient temples and ancient texts tell of gods who did not merely visit from the heavens, but flew across them in fiery chariots called vimanas. In the heart of the Indian subcontinent, where myth and history intertwine, stand temples that seem to whisper secrets of the skies. Their spires reach heavenward like frozen flames, covering carvings that defy imagination. Gods riding chariots of fire, celestial beings descending from the clouds, and battles fought across the heavens with weapons that glow brighter than 1,000 suns. India's ancient temples are more than architectural wonders. They are cosmic chronicles. Within their stones lies a story of flight, of divine technology, and of a civilization that may have once shared skies with beings from the stars. At the center of this mystery is the legend of the Vimana, the flying craft of the gods. The Sanskrit word Vimana appears throughout India's oldest texts, the Rig Veda, the Mahabharata, and the Ramayana, describing not mythic symbols, but physical machines capable of traversing the heavens and even other worlds. The Vimanas were said to be powered by a form of energy unknown to modern science, driven by sound, light, or a divine substance called soma. They could hover, ascend vertically, and move like thought across the sky. Ancient texts describe them in astonishing detail. Shapes like spheres, pyramids, and discs, metallic bodies that glowed with inner fire, engines that emitted melodious hums, and pilots known as the gods of light. These descriptions are not vague or poetic. They are technical. Some passages even reference engineering principles that echo modern aerospace design. One of the most famous accounts comes from the Mahabharata, which describes a flying chariot of Karna, built by the god Indra himself. It blazed like the fire of the sun, moving across the heavens with thunderous sound. From it rained arrows of flame and bolts of iron that destroyed armies below. In another passage, the hero Arjuna receives a flying craft from the god Krishna. The chariot rose into the sky, driven by a power that seemed to come from within itself, moving at the command of thought. To a modern reader, these lines sound less like myth and more like the testimony of someone witnessing aerial technology, machines capable of flight, propulsion, and even weaponization. The Ramayana tells of the god king Rama pursuing the demon Ravana, who abducted his wife Sita aboard of a Vimana known as the Pushpaka. When Rama ultimately defeats Ravana, he takes control of his flying palace and returns to his kingdom through the skies. The text describes the craft's operation. The Pushpaka chariot shone brightly, rising into the air with a sound like thunder. It expanded and contracted as desired, moving like a radiant cloud. The ancient writer even specifies that it could carry multiple passengers and was capable of interdimensional travel, journeying across lands and between worlds. Such precise and consistent descriptions across multiple texts raise an unavoidable question. Were these tales metaphorical visions of gods, or were they recordings of an ancient technology, a technology that may have come from beyond Earth? Further evidence lies in a lesser-known Sanskrit text called the Vaimanika Shastra, attributed to sage Bharadvaja, and said to have been dictated from ancient sources. This treatise outlines the mechanics of flight in detail, describing propulsion systems, metal alloys resistant to heat, onboard instruments for navigation, and even instructions for vertical takeoff and landing. The text mentions mercury vortex engines and crystals of light that could generate lift and power. Some modern engineers who have examined these descriptions note similarities to ion propulsion and anti-gravity theories. While mainstream scholars dismiss the Vaimanika Shastra as a later forgery or misinterpretation, others argue that it could be a surviving fragment of knowledge passed down from a prehistoric civilization, or perhaps from visitors who gifted humanity their technology long before recorded history began. The physical evidence of such technology may be encoded in the temples themselves. The Great Temple at Ellora, carved entirely from a single mountain, was built from the top down, a feat that would challenge even modern machinery. The Kailasa Temple is said to have been completed in record time, its symmetry and precision impossible to achieve with chisels and hammers alone. Local legends claim it was built by celestial architects in one night, using divine instruments that cut through stone with light. Similarly, carvings at the Sun Temple of Konark depict wheels and structures that resemble modern mechanical devices. Could these be symbolic, or are they visual records of lost technology, machines powered by the same principles that once moved the Vimanas through the skies? Across India, temple carvings show figures seated within domes, surrounded by halos of light, holding rods or discs that emit beams. The gods are often shown hovering above the earth, their vehicles emitting what looks like exhaust or plasma trails. The resemblance to modern depictions of spacecraft is uncanny. Even more intriguing are the depictions of aerial battles in the Mahabharata. The weapons described: blazing arrows, spears of thunder, fireballs that expand like suns, resemble energy-based weaponry. The text described the aftermath of one such weapon. The earth shook, the wind blew hot, and men and animals were reduced to ash. The water boiled, and the trees were burned to dust. Radiation poisoning? Fallout? Thousands of years before the nuclear age, ancient India described events that mirror its horrors in chilling detail. Archaeological evidence hints at something extraordinary as well. In the ruins of Mohenjo-Daro, scientists discovered layers of fused glass and vitrified stone, a condition that occurs only when exposed to extreme heat, similar to the aftermath of atomic explosions. In several sites, traces of radiation higher than normal background levels have been recorded. While conventional archaeologists attribute these findings to natural phenomena, the coincidences with the ancient texts are hard to ignore. Were these ruins once battlefields of gods, or advanced beings waging wars in the skies above ancient India? The deeper one explores the Vimana mystery, the clearer the pattern becomes. These were not mythic chariots, but advanced vehicles described to the limited vocabulary of ancient observers. For the people of that era, a spacecraft would have been indistinguishable from a divine object. A humming engine might be the music of the heavens. A beam propulsion light might be the fire of the gods. The builders of India's ancient temples immortalized these encounters in their art and architecture, carvings that seem to document not imagination but memory. Even the structure of the temples themselves may encode flight symbolism. The vertical tiers of the Shikara, the temple spire, mimic the stages of ascension, from the earthly base to the cosmic apex. The sanctum, or Garbhagriha, is often designed as an energy chamber, a space believed to hold a divine vibration. When aligned with celestial events, sunlight or moonlight enters these chambers with precision, creating bursts of illumination that ancient priests called the descent of the gods. Could these designs have been functional, resonant structures, ancient devices to draw or communicate with celestial energies? If the Vimanas were real, the temples may have served as their docking sites, aligning perfectly with the stars from which their gods descended. For thousands of years, Indian sages preserved these accounts, treating them as sacred truth rather than allegory. They describe not just spiritual realms but physical ones, worlds beyond earth, inhabited by beings of light and immense knowledge. Their gods were not abstract. They were tangible, technological, and luminous. To dismiss this as myth is to underestimate the possibility that humanity once lived under the direct guidance of those from the stars. The legend of the Vimanas forces us to confront a haunting idea, that our ancestors may not have been alone in shaping the ancient world. The gods of India may have been pioneers from elsewhere, explorers, scientists, or guardians who taught humanity the secrets of flight, energy, and sacred geometry. And perhaps when their mission ended, they departed, leaving behind their memory carved in stone, encoded in scripture, and hidden in plain sight. As the next chapter unfolds, we follow these clues across the globe, to temples where the ancients may have gone even further than flight. Structures that were not only aligned with the heavens, but built to open to them. Sacred gateways where earth met the stars, and where the gods themselves may have once stepped through. Across the deserts of Egypt, the mountains of Peru, and the jungles of South America, ancient myths converge on a single haunting theme: the existence of sacred gates, portals through which gods and beings from the heavens entered our world. These legends, often dismissed as metaphorical, describe physical places where the veil between worlds grew thin, places of light, vibration, and transformation. To the ancients, these were the thresholds of creation, but to modern eyes, they resemble something astonishingly familiar: gateways or stargates. Could it be that these temples and megalithic sites were more than ceremonial centers, that they were actual points of contact between Earth and the cosmos? The idea of a stargate is not born from science fiction. It is rooted in the world's oldest texts. In Mesopotamia, the Sumerians spoke of the gates of the gods, shimmering portals through which the Anunnaki descended from the heavens. In Egypt, ancient inscriptions refer to the doors of the sky and the pathways of light used by Ra and the other deities to travel between the worlds of men and the stars. The Book of the Dead contains passages instructing the soul on how to pass through the Gate of Orion, to reach the realm of Osiris. Even the Mayans, thousands of miles away, built temples and pyramids designed as portals to the return of their star gods, a recurring pattern that suggests more than cultural coincidence. One of the most intriguing examples lies in southern Peru, at a remote site called Puerta de Jayamarca, the Gate of the Gods. Carved into solid rock, it appears to be an unfinished doorway standing alone in the mountain face, leading nowhere. Yet, local legends tell a different story. According to ancient lore, this door once opened, revealing a radiant tunnel of light connecting Earth to the realm of the gods. Priests and chosen initiates could pass through it, guided by a golden disc that acted as a key. The story tells of an Incan priest named Amarmaru, who fled with this disc from his temple in Cusco during a time of great turmoil. Reaching Jayamarca, he performed a sacred ritual, placing the disc into a small depression in the stone, and vanished in a flash of light. Witnesses claimed the door glowed like the sun itself before returning to stone. To this day, locals regard the site as forbidden after dark, reporting strange lights, vibrations, and the sound of humming, as if energy still flows beneath the rock. Thousands of miles away, in the Egyptian city of Abydos, another possible stargate lies hidden in plain sight. Within the Temple of Seti I, archaeologists have found what they call the Flower of Life, a series of interlocking circles etched onto the wall with laser-like precision. The symbol, found in temples across the world, represents the geometry of creation, a mathematical blueprint of the universe. Many researchers believe it to be a coded reference to energy fields and dimensional gateways. The temple itself is said to stand atop an even older structure known as the Osirian, whose granite blocks bear erosion marks suggesting it predates dynastic Egypt by thousands of years. The Osirian is submerged below ground level, designed with shafts and chambers that align with the stars of Orion and Sirius, the same constellations associated with the rebirth of Osiris. According to myth, this was the place where Osiris resurrected, ascending once more to heavens. Could the Osirian have been a literal portal, a temple engineered to manipulate energies and open pathways between realms? Modern researchers who have visited the site report unusual electromagnetic readings within the chambers of the Osirian. Some have described a tangible vibration in the air, as if the structure hums at a frequency beyond hearing. The granite used in its construction is rich in quartz, a mineral known for its piezoelectric properties, capable of generating energy when compressed or vibrated. Could this have been intentional? Could ancient builders have understood how to amplify natural energies through geometry and sound, creating fields strong enough to alter consciousness, or even space itself? The Egyptians referred to these structures as houses of eternity, places where spirit and flesh could meet. The deeper one looks, the more these poetic phrases begin to sound like the language of advanced energy science. Similar mysteries emerge in the ancient city of Teotihuacan in Mexico. The Avenue of the Dead, lined with temples and pyramids, culminates in the Pyramid of the Sun, a structure that emits measurable thermal and electromagnetic anomalies. Beneath it lies a network of tunnels filled with metallic spheres that reflect light like mirrors. When explored in 2011, these tunnels revealed traces of mercury, a substance revered in ancient texts as a liquid light used by the gods. Mercury appears again and again in ancient myths as a sacred metal associated with flight, transformation, and the movement between worlds. The presence of mercury under temples in Mexico, China, and India raises an unsettling question. Were these substances used in ancient technology to power or open gateways, physical mechanisms for interdimensional travel? The motif of gateways between worlds also appears in the temples of the Near East. The ancient Babylonians believed in a portal called the Babilu, Gate of the Gods, from which their deities descended. It was located in the city we now call Babylon. Over time, this term evolved into the word Babel, remembered in the biblical story of the Tower, a structure said to reach the heavens, where God confounded the languages of men. But what if the story of Babel is not about arrogance, but about technology? What if ancient humanity once attempted to rebuild or reactivate a lost gateway to the stars, only to have it shut down by those who feared what might emerge? Even in the modern era, traces of these portals continue to surface in inexplicable ways. In 2003, NASA scientists studying the Earth's magnetosphere discovered naturally occurring X-points, places where the planet's magnetic field connects directly to the sun's, forming temporary tunnels of energy. These portals open and close randomly, creating invisible bridges between Earth and space. The ancients, who studied the skies with spiritual reverence, may have understood the phenomena not as magnetic interactions, but as literal doors to the gods. If their temples were built on energetic hotspots, magnetic nodes, ley lines, or resonant frequencies, they may have acted as stabilizers or amplifiers for these natural stargates, allowing them to open at will. What's most astonishing is how many ancient texts describe the same phenomenon, beings stepping through beams of light, disappearing into radiant corridors, or ascending on pillars of fire. The Mayan Popol speaks of the luminous ones who arrived in shining columns of energy. The Hindu Mahabharata describes gods entering and leaving the earth through fiery openings in the sky. Even the Bible references the heavens opening and chariots of fire carrying prophets upward. Could these all be interpretations of the same event, the activation of a portal or stargate? Skeptics argue that these stories are allegories for spiritual enlightenment or afterlife journeys. Yet the architectural precision, the electromagnetic anomalies, and the recurring symbols of circles, serpents, and stars suggest a technological understanding wrapped in religious language. It's possible that the ancients, blending science with spirituality, constructed temples capable of resonating with cosmic energy, creating conditions that bridge physical and higher dimensional realms. These temples may have been communication hubs or gateways, engineered interfaces between humanity and celestial intelligences. Perhaps the most provocative idea is that these portals were once part of a global network, an ancient grid connecting the planet's sacred sites. When aligned with celestial events, these sites may have activated simultaneously, forming a bridge between Earth and the stars. The gods, the shining beings, the star visitors, they may have used this network to traverse the cosmos, visiting worlds like ours. And maybe, just maybe, some of these gates still hum with latent power, waiting for the right vibration or the right knowledge to open once more. The ancients claimed these gates would reopen when the stars returned to their original positions, a cycle that takes thousands of years. As our era approaches another celestial alignment similar to that of 10,500 BC, the same date encoded in both Giza and Angkor some researchers believe the countdown has already begun. Could we be standing on the threshold of another awakening, a new dawn of contact through the same gateways the ancients once used? In the next chapter, we journey beyond these doorways to explore the civilization that may have first constructed them, the lost architects of the megaliths, the forgotten engineers of the gods. Their fingerprints remain across continents, in stone so vast and precise that no modern technology can explain them. Who were they, and where did they go? High atop windswept plateaus and buried deep beneath ancient soil lie the remains of structures so colossal, so perfectly engineered, that they defy both imagination and the limits of recorded history. Across continents, from the Andes to the British Isles, from the Levant to the Pacific, massive stones were cut, transported, and fitted with mathematical precision that challenges even modern technology. These builders work with such mastery that their creations have endured earthquakes, floods, and time itself. Yet, the identities of these ancient engineers and the knowledge they wielded have been lost. Who were they? Were they the ancestors of humanity as we know it, or inheritors of wisdom from another world? The deeper one looks, the clearer it becomes. These monuments were not isolated feats of human genius, but pieces of forgotten global legacy. Consider Baalbek in modern-day Lebanon. The site's ancient platform, known as the Trilithon, contains stones so massive, each weighing nearly 1,000 tons, that even today's most advanced cranes could not lift them without difficulty. The platform beneath them shows signs of being far older than the Roman temple that was later built upon it. Archaeologists struggle to explain how or why these stones were placed there. The blocks are fitted so perfectly that a piece of paper cannot slide between them, yet there are no chisel marks, no evidence of conventional construction methods. Legends from the region claim the site was built by the giants or the gods of the sky before the time of man. Some even suggest Baalbek was once a landing platform for celestial visitors, a staging ground for beings who came from the stars. Thousands of miles away, in the highlands of Peru, the ancient fortress of Sacsayhuaman stands as another enigma. Gigantic stones, some weigh more than 300 tons, form interlocking walls that curve and zigzag across the landscape. Their irregular shapes fit together like a three-dimensional puzzle. Each stone carved to lock perfectly with its neighbors, a feat so precise that no mortar was needed. The stones are fused with such accuracy that they have survived countless earthquakes. How did the builders, with supposed primitive tools, carve and move these stones? Local legends tell the children of the sun, beings who taught the Inca's ancestors how to command the rocks with sound and vibration. To the Andean people, Sacsayhuaman was not a fortress. It was a sacred site of the gods, where sky beings once descended to share their wisdom. In Bolivia, the ruins of Pumapunku push this mystery even further. Scattered across a barren plain, the site contains 8-shaped blocks of andesite stone, cut with such geometric precision that they appear machined. The stones bear perfectly drilled holes, smooth internal angles, and edges that form right angles accurate to the millimeter. Modern engineers have called it technologically inexplicable. The ancients could not have achieved such perfection with bronze tools. These artifacts suggest the use of high-speed machinery, laser-like cutting, or techniques involving energy fields. Some theorists propose that Pumapunku was once a center of advanced engineering, perhaps even a hub of interaction between humanity and a more advanced race. The local Aymara legend speaks of Viracocha, a radiant god who came from the heavens and built these structures with the power of his voice. When his work was done, he departed across the waters, promising to return. Similar enigmas exist across the globe. The island of Malta, covered in ancient temples, such as Hagar Kim and Najdra, features blocks weighing up to 20 tons, arranged in alignments that track the solstices. The level of astronomical precision seen there suggests an understanding of celestial movement far beyond what early Mediterranean cultures were thought capable of. Even older is the site of Göbekli Tepe in modern-day Turkey, the world's oldest known temple complex, dated to around 12,000 years ago, before the dawn of agriculture. The megalithic pillars, arranged in perfect circles, depict animals, constellations, and humanoid figures. Archaeologists cannot explain how a supposed hunter-gatherer society could have engineered such a site. Some of the carvings appear to encode star patterns and cosmic events from that time. If Göbekli Tepe was indeed built by humans, it suggests that civilization, or at least advanced knowledge, existed long before our history books allow. These megalithic builders shared something profound, a mastery of stone and a reverence for the heavens. The same geometric patterns appear again and again: the golden ratio, the flower of life, and alignments to solstices and equinoxes. The temples of Egypt, the megaliths of Europe, the pyramids of Mesoamerica, and the sanctuaries of Asia all reflect an understanding of the cosmos that seems unified, as if the builders were following a single global design code. Could this have been a work of a worldwide civilization lost to time, or perhaps guidance from celestial mentors who instructed early humanity in the art of sacred architecture? Modern attempts to replicate their feats have failed. Engineers using cranes, pulleys, and levers cannot move or set stones with such precision. The possibility that sound frequencies or magnetism were used to levitate or shape rock, as described in ancient legends, is gaining attention. In Egypt, texts speak of priests who sang the stones into place. Tibetan monks still use horns to levitate small stones by sound. Could the same principles have been applied on a grander scale thousands of years ago? What's most perplexing is that many of these structures seem to be connected by invisible lines, a global web of energy known in ancient lore as ley lines. These lines intersect at the world's most sacred sites: Giza, Stonehenge, Machu Picchu, Easter Island, and Angkor Wat. Each lies along these energetic corridors, often corresponding to geomagnetic anomalies. The builders may have intentionally placed their temples at these intersections to harness or stabilize planetary energy, a concept echoed in myths of Earth's heartbeat and the dragon lines. If these builders understood the Earth as a living organism, then their temples were not simply places of worship, but devices, points of resonance linking the planet with the heavens. Even in myth, these architects are remembered as something more than human. The Greeks spoke of the Cyclopes, one-eyed giants who built the great walls of Mycenae. The Irish legends recall the Tuatha Dé Danann, shining beings who descended from the clouds and constructed fortresses of stone, before vanishing into the hills. The Sumerians recorded that the Anunnaki measured the earth and raised the temples before returning to stars. These stories, scattered across cultures, echo a single origin: the presence of an ancient, possibly extraterrestrial intelligence guiding humanity's first great works. If this is true, then the lost knowledge of the megalith builders may have been the greatest inheritance humanity ever received, one that allowed early societies to align themselves with cosmic forces and the energies of the earth. Over time, as cataclysm and cultural decay swept the world, that knowledge was forgotten, leaving only stone as its witness. The builders vanished, but their message remained encoded in geometry and alignment, waiting for rediscovery. The megalithic monuments of the world stand as silent teachers. They defy our assumptions about human history and whisper a forgotten age when science, spirituality, and cosmic contact were one and the same. Perhaps their creators were the gods remembered by every ancient civilization, beings who taught mankind to build as they did, to reach toward the stars, and to remember that our origins may not lie solely on this planet. In the next chapter, we follow their trail into the stars themselves, examining how these megalith builders encoded the heavens into their creations. Their temples were not only reflections of the cosmos, they were maps pointing toward our celestial origins, and perhaps toward the very beings who once walked among us. Across the ages, scattered from the Nile to the Andes, from the Himalayas to the Pacific, one truth resounds in every culture. Humanity once looked to the stars not as distant fires, but as the very source of life, law, and divinity. The ancients saw in the sky a mirror of themselves, a vast celestial order governing all things on earth. From this understanding arose what researchers call the universal star religion, a mysterious spiritual framework that united distant civilizations under one cosmic vision. It was a belief system encoded in temples, calendars, and myths, the idea that our gods, our destinies, and perhaps even our origins came from the heavens. Long before telescopes or satellites, our ancestors somehow knew that the stars were more than pinpoints of light. They mapped them with obsessive precision, aligning monuments, pyramids, and megaliths to constellations with mathematical accuracy. But why? What compelled such diverse societies, Egyptian priests, Mayan astronomers, Vedic sages, and Dogon shamans, to devote lifetimes to tracking celestial patterns? The answer may be that they weren't merely watching the stars. They were remembering them. In Egypt, the cosmic order was known as Ma'at, the divine harmony that bound the heavens and earth. The pharaoh was not merely a ruler. He was a son of Ra, the living bridge between humanity and the gods of the stars. The temples of Dendra, Edfu, and Giza were built not only to honor these gods, but to mirror their celestial homes. The walls of Dendra's temple still display the famous zodiac of Dendra, an astonishing star map showing the constellations and the precession of the equinoxes, knowledge supposedly far beyond the capability of ancient priests. Scholars struggle to explain how a society without modern instruments could chart such cosmic cycles, which take 26,000 years to complete. Could they have inherited this knowledge from beings who lived by the stars themselves? Thousands of miles to the south and west, the Dogon tribe of Mali in West Africa guards an even more puzzling secret. For centuries, their oral traditions have described the star system of Sirius with a precision that modern science only confirmed in the 20th century. The Dogon claimed that beings called the Namo descended from the heavens, landing in a whirlwind of water and light, and taught their ancestors the laws of astronomy and agriculture. They say these beings came from Sirius B, a dense white dwarf star invisible to the naked eye and unknown to science until 1862. Yet the Dogon have known not only of Sirius B, but also of its orbital period and its relationship to Sirius A, facts that require advanced telescopic technology. How could an isolated tribal culture have acquired such specific knowledge unless it had been given to them by those who came from the stars? In the Andes, the Inca and their predecessors viewed the Milky Way as a celestial river, mirroring the course of the Urubamba River below. Their temples and cities from Cusco to Machu Picchu were aligned with its path, connecting heaven and earth in perfect reflection. They called themselves children of the sun, and their myths spoke of Viracocha, a luminous being who came from the heavens to bring civilization and who promised to return when the stars realigned. The Inca calendar, like those of Mesoamerica, was not simply a measure of time but prophecy, a way to mark the cycles of the cosmos and anticipate the return of the star gods. The Mayans carried this cosmic faith to its highest expression. Their priests tracked Venus, Mars, and the Sun with a precision that rivals NASA's modern data. They built their temples as observatories, designing them to mark solstices, equinoxes, and eclipses. The Temple of Kukulkan at Chichen Itza is a living clock. During an equinox, light and shadow create the illusion of a serpent descending its steps, the serpent god returning to Earth. The Mayans believed this was no illusion. It was a signal, a moment of communion between heaven and earth. In their codices, they wrote that their ancestors came from the stars of the Pleiades, and that one day those same beings would return when the calendar's cycle was complete. In Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization, the Sumerians worshipped the Anunnaki, those who came from heaven to earth. Their entire religion revolved around celestial observation. The stars were not random. They were the dwellings of gods, mapped and named with astonishing sophistication. The Sumerian god Enlil was associated with the constellation Pegasus, while his rival Enki ruled under Aquarius. Their movements across the sky dictated the fates of nations. Even the word planet comes from their idea of wandering stars, divine messengers moving along the celestial river. The Sumerians saw the heavens as a divine machine, each star and planet a living intelligence. Their temples, called ziggurats, were stairways to the stars, literal bridges to the homes of the gods. In India, the Vedic sages spoke of the cosmos as a living consciousness, a vast web of energy and intelligence. The stars were the eyes of the gods, the sun their heart, the moon their mind. The temple architecture of India reflects this cosmic vision. The layout of each temple follows astronomical principles, aligning the sanctum with specific stars or planetary positions. The ancient Jyotisha Shastra, the science of light, describes how each human soul is born under the influence of specific constellations, connecting personal destiny with celestial rhythm. This was not superstition. It was a foundation of an entire civilization built on the belief that humanity and the stars were one. Even in the far north, the Druids of ancient Britain and Ireland worshipped under open skies, building stone circles like Stonehenge and Callanish that marked the paths of the sun and moon. To them, each solstice was a moment when the gate of heaven opened, allowing divine energy to pour into the world. Their rituals were designed to maintain the balance between the celestial and the earthly, the same balance observed by shamans in Siberia, priests in Egypt, and astronomers in Mesoamerica. This shared belief that the stars are both gods and guides cannot be coincidence. It suggests a common source of knowledge, a universal revelation that spread across continents long before recorded history. The ancients believed that the gods came from specific constellations: Orion, Sirius, the Pleiades, and Draco. These constellations appear repeatedly in myth as the homes or birthplaces of divine beings. What if these weren't symbolic stories but memories, ancient records of real contact with visitors from those star systems? Even modern science lends an eerie echo to this possibility. Many of the stars worshipped by the ancients, like Sirius, Pleiades, and Orion, are now known to host planetary systems capable of supporting life. The same stars that inspired temples and mythologies may indeed harbor civilizations advanced enough to have visited Earth long ago. Could the ancients have known this, not through speculation, but through direct experience? The universal star religion unified humanity under a single cosmic law: as above, so below. Every temple was a mirror of the heavens, every ritual a reenactment of celestial events. The ancients built their world to reflect the stars because they believed we came from them, that the divine spark within humanity was literally a fragment of the cosmos. To worship the stars was not idolatry, it was remembrance. It was an acknowledgement that our ancestors, our gods, and our destiny were written in light. And if this religion was universal, if it was once understood across the entire planet, then something catastrophic must have happened to erase it. In the next chapter, we meet those who dare to resurrect this forbidden truth, the researchers, mystics, and archaeologists who challenge the official story of human history and paid a heavy price for revealing the evidence of our celestial inheritance. Throughout history, there have been those who dare to question the official version of our past. Scholars, explorers, and archaeologists who uncovered evidence too inconvenient for the establishment to accept. These forbidden archaeologists sought truth beyond the boundaries of orthodox science, revealing anomalies that challenge the entire foundation of human history. Yet almost all of them met the same fate: ridicule, professional exile, or sudden disappearance from the academic record. Their findings, often suppressed and forgotten, tell a very different story about who we are, one that points unmistakably toward contact with beings from the stars. One of the earliest voices to challenge conventional timelines was Flinders Petrie, a respected Egyptologist in the late 19th century. While most of his peers viewed Egypt's temples as primitive beginnings of civilization, Petrie noted something extraordinary. The precision of the stonework was greater in the oldest structures, not the newer ones. The farther back he looked, the more advanced the technology appeared. He discovered drill holes in granite that spiral with a pressure far beyond what copper tools could achieve. To Petrie, this suggested the use of mechanical or energetic tools unknown to history. Though he cautiously published his findings, later scholars quietly dismissed his conclusions, insisting that such precision must be coincidence. The unspoken rule had already been established. Evidence that did not fit the accepted timeline would not be acknowledged. Decades later, another rebel archaeologist would push that boundary even further. Michael Cremo, co-author of Forbidden Archaeology. His work compiled hundreds of anomalous discoveries. Human bones found in strata millions of years old, ancient metallic objects embedded in coal, an artifact that predated the supposed rise of modern humans. Cremo argued that human civilization was not 6,000 years old, but perhaps hundreds of thousands, or even millions. His evidence, drawn from reputable excavation reports, was methodically documented, yet the academic world branded him a pseudoscientist. To this day, his findings remain unrefuted but officially ignored. Why? Because if even one of his anomalies were accepted as real, it would force us to rewrite the entire history of mankind, and the origin story we have been taught would crumble. In South America, explorer Percy Fawcett ventured deep into the Amazon in search of a lost city he called Z. Fawcett's journals described temples and colossal stone ruins swallowed by the jungle, evidence of an advanced civilization unknown to history. He believed this lost world predated all known South American cultures and may have had connections to Atlantis. Before his disappearance in 1925, Fawcett wrote cryptic letters hinting that the ruins were built under guidance from the stars. He and his expedition vanished without a trace, their fate one of the greatest mysteries in exploration history. The Brazilian government later forbade further expeditions into the area after other explorers died attempting to follow his trail. What did Fawcett find, or who might have wanted it to remain hidden? In the 20th century, archaeologist Dr. K.L. Gopalakrishnan of India uncovered inscriptions at sites in southern India describing gods ascending in fiery vehicles. When he proposed that these records referred to real celestial events or contact with advanced beings, his funding was abruptly withdrawn. His discoveries, once publicized, disappeared from official archives. Similar cases occur around the world. In Egypt, researcher Brian Forrester documented precision-engineered stone boxes in Saqqara with tool marks resembling modern machining. In Peru, he found skulls with elongated craniums, biologically distinct from normal humans, stored quietly in local museums but never analyzed by mainstream scientists. When he presented his findings, institutions declined to authenticate them, labeling his work alternative archaeology. The evidence exists, but academia refuses to touch it. One of the most striking examples of suppression occurred with the discovery of the Baghdad Battery. Found in Iraq and dated over 2,000 years ago, the artifact is a small clay jar containing a copper cylinder and iron rod. When reconstructed, it produces a weak electrical charge, essentially a simple battery. Despite clear evidence of its function, museums often display it as a ritual vessel, unwilling to admit that electricity might have been known to the ancients. Likewise, the Antikythera mechanism, recovered from a Greek shipwreck in 1901, was dismissed for decades as an anomaly. Only modern imaging revealed it to be a sophisticated analog computer capable of predicting eclipses and planetary movements, a technology thought impossible until 1,500 years later. If such machines existed in antiquity, what else might have been lost or hidden? The pattern is always the same. When an artifact, inscription, or structure contradicts the accepted narrative of human development, It is quietly reclassified, ignored, or locked away. Whistleblowers who speak out are discredited, their careers destroyed. In the mid-20th century, researcher Ivan T. Sanderson cataloged hundreds of impossible discoveries, including fossilized human footprints alongside those of dinosaurs and metallic spheres with machine-perfect grooves found in 8-billion-year-old rock formations in South Africa. His findings, published in scientific journals, were later dismissed as misinterpretations. No one re-examined the evidence. It was simply erased from the story. Why would academia and governments suppress such discoveries? Some say it's about protecting careers, that scholars who've built their reputations on conventional history cannot afford to acknowledge data that contradicts their life's work. Others believe the suppression is deliberate and coordinated, that powerful institutions, perhaps even secret organizations, seek to prevent humanity from rediscovering the truth of its origins. The knowledge that ancient civilizations may have had contact with beings from the stars would upend every scientific, religious, and political framework on which our modern world is built. It would erase the boundaries between science and spirit, past and future, human and divine. That is not a truth easily contained. Even so, forbidden archaeologists continue their work. From Graham Hancock's investigations into pre-flood civilizations to Eric von Daniken's pioneering chariots of the gods, their research has inspired millions to question official history. They have been ridiculed and dismissed, yet many of their so-called fringe theories have since found support through modern discoveries. Ancient sites uncovered by LiDAR, genetic studies revealing mysterious ancestry lines, and astronomical alignments that no longer seem accidental. As time advances, the line between forbidden and accepted archaeology begins to blur. These courageous researchers stand in a long tradition of seekers, guardians of suppressed history that refuses to die. They remind us that the past is not as it seems, that beneath every temple, beneath every myth, lies a truth we were never meant to find. Their stories form the backbone of a growing awakening, a realization that we may not be the first advanced civilization to walk this earth, nor the only intelligence to have shaped it. And so, as we honor these forbidden archaeologists, we follow in their footsteps, into the labyrinth of evidence hidden from view, into the shadows beneath sacred stone. For it is there, beneath the surface of sanctioned history, that the real story of humanity begins. In the next chapter, we will delve into the secret geometry that unites all these ancient sites, the cosmic code that may prove our ancestors were building not just for the gods, but with them. Across every temple, pyramid, and sacred monument of the ancient world runs a pattern, a mathematical language written not in words, but in geometry. The ancients carved, measured, and aligned their temples according to principles that modern science only began to rediscover in the past few centuries. Circles, triangles, and spirals adorn their walls. Their foundations mirror proportions of the earth, moon, and stars. What unites them is a single idea, that the universe itself is constructed according to sacred geometry, and that by mastering this geometry, one could commune with the divine. But what if this was more than symbolism? What if ancient builders used geometry as a technology, a kind of cosmic code, that connected humanity to the gods, and perhaps to the stars themselves? From the temples of Egypt to the cathedrals of Europe, from the ziggurats of Sumer to the pyramids of Mesoamerica, sacred geometry is everywhere. The ancients did not build arbitrarily. They built according to precise ratios, numbers that echoed throughout creation. Among them, the most revered was the golden ratio, or phi, a proportion that appears in the spirals of galaxies, the growth of shells, the design of DNA, and even the structure of the human body. In Egypt, the ratio between the height and base of the Great Pyramid of Giza encodes phi with remarkable accuracy, a mathematical fingerprint that also generates pi, the constant governing circles. Was this coincidence, or evidence that the pyramid's designers understood advanced mathematics and its relationship to the cosmos? The same proportions appear at Angkor Wat, the Parthenon, and Machu Picchu. In each case, the builders use ratios like 1:1, 618, or 1. Square root 2, linking their architecture to the universal harmony of creation. The ancients called this the music of the spheres, the belief that the planets and stars emitted vibrations forming a cosmic symphony. Geometry, they said, was a visible form of that music. To construct a temple was to tune earth to the heavens, to bring the celestial harmony into physical reality. Pythagoras, the Greek philosopher who inherited Egyptian and Babylonian wisdom, called geometry the language of the gods. He taught that each geometric shape carried a vibration, a resonance, capable of influencing both matter and consciousness. The circle represented unity, the triangle represented manifestation, and the spiral, endlessly unfolding, symbolized the infinite nature of creation. In Egypt, these ideas were not theory. They were built into stone. The entire layout of the Giza Plateau forms a geometric pattern consistent with advanced surveying, not only aligned to true north, but proportioned according to the Earth's dimensions. The height of the Great Pyramid multiplied by 43,200 equals the polar radius of the planet. The base perimeter, multiplied by the same number, equals Earth's circumference. How could ancient architects have known the exact measurements of the Earth thousands of years before modern instruments existed? Either this was an impossible coincidence, or the builders possessed, or were given, knowledge of planetary geometry. The Egyptians themselves attributed their wisdom to the god Thoth, whom they called the measure of the heavens, the divine scribe who encoded the cosmos into mathematics. In every myth, Thoth is portrayed not as a god of superstition, but precise scientific law. Further east in India, Vedic architects followed a similar geometric doctrine known as Vastashastra, the science of dwelling. Temples were laid out according to cosmic grids, squares subdivided into smaller units that mirrored the structure of the universe. Every proportion, every angle, was calculated to harmonize energy. The central sanctum, or Garbhagriha, represented the cosmic womb, the point of creation, around its spiral concentric layers, symbolizing the expansion of the universe. The ratios used in these temples often matched the same golden proportions found in Egyptian and Mayan architecture. How could cultures separated by oceans have used identical systems of measurement and design unless they were drawing from a shared source of knowledge, perhaps one originating beyond Earth? The idea that geometry connects to the divine extends beyond aesthetics. Many researchers now believe that sacred geometry was used as a form of energy technology. Certain ratios, when embodied in stone structures, appear to amplify and focus electromagnetic or acoustic energy. Experiments conducted inside the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid reveal unusual sound frequencies and standing waves, vibrations that can influence human consciousness and even alter perception. Similarly, the Hypogeum of Malta, a subterranean temple, resonates at 111 Hz, a frequency known to produce altered states of awareness. These findings suggest that ancient temples were designed not only as places of worship, but as instruments, harmonic chambers that bridge the material and spiritual worlds. Symbols like the flower of life, found inscribed in the Temple of Osiris at Abydos, encode this geometry in perfect symmetry. The pattern consists of overlapping circles forming a lattice of creation, containing within it the blueprints of all known geometric forms: the tetrahedron, cube, octahedron, dodecahedron, and icosahedron, the Platonic solids. These shapes correspond to the fundamental patterns of matter and energy, appearing at the atomic and cosmic scales alike. In modern physics, these same geometries are echoed in quantum fields and the structure of space-time. Could it be that the ancients understood or were taught the very design of reality? To them, these were not abstract patterns but living symbols, keys to the divine architecture of existence. In Mesoamerica, the Mayans and Aztecs employed sacred geometry to create temples that encoded astronomical cycles. The Pyramid of the Sun at Teotihuacan, for example, aligns with the Pleiades, and its dimensions correspond to planetary distances when scaled appropriately. The same geometric principles appear in the layout of the city itself, a mirror of the Milky Way, designed to reflect cosmic order on Earth. The builders seem to believe that by recreating the heavens in stone, they could maintain balance between humankind and the universe. The word Teotihuacan itself means a place where men become gods. Geometry was the mechanism of that transformation, the pathway from the physical to the divine. Even the cathedrals of medieval Europe, built thousands of years later, continued this ancient practice. The architects of Chartres, Notre Dame, and Salisbury encoded the same ratios into their designs, preserving secrets inherited from earlier civilizations. Their rose windows reflect the geometry of the flower of life, their vaults proportioned according to the golden ratio. These structures, like their ancient predecessors, were built to resonate with celestial harmony. Hidden within their foundations are measurements that correspond to movements of the moon, the sun, and the planets, a direct continuation of the universal star religion disguised under new names. If we look deeper, the recurrence of these geometric laws across cultures points to one staggering conclusion. Humanity did not develop this knowledge in isolation. Someone or something taught it to us. The same cosmic code appears across every continent, encoded in temples that predate modern civilization. It is as if the builders of these monuments were working from a single blueprint, a divine template that guided human evolution. Whether these teachers were advanced survivors of a lost civilization or visitors from the stars, their message is clear. The universe is built on harmony, and those who understand its geometry can communicate with creation itself. Perhaps the ancients knew that geometry was not merely a mathematical discipline, but a language of vibration, the very syntax of the cosmos. To carve a temple according to sacred proportions was to speak directly to the universe, to open a dialogue with the gods. These temples still stand today, humming quietly with the same geometry that holds galaxies together. They are messages left in stone, fragments of forgotten science that once united heaven and earth. In the next chapter, we move from geometry to vibration, from shape to sound, to explore how the ancients not only built temples as cosmic blueprints, but also tuned them like instruments. These were structures that could sing, resonate, and perhaps even communicate across worlds. Proof that the builders were not just masons, but engineers of energy and masters of sound. Beneath the stones of ancient temples, a hidden science hums, not of machines or engines, but of vibration. The ancients understood something we have only recently begun to rediscover, that sound is not merely heard but felt, that it shapes matter, alters energy, and bridges worlds. Across civilizations, from Egypt to Malta, from the Andes to Mesopotamia, temples were designed not only with sacred geometry, but with acoustic precision. They were built to sing, to resonate at frequencies that could shift consciousness, heal the body, and perhaps even open gateways to other realms. This is the mystery of the acoustic temples, structures that stand as instruments of the gods, where stone itself becomes a conduit for divine sound. In Egypt, the Temple of Hathor at Dendera holds one of the most striking examples of this ancient mastery. Within its chambers, a phenomenon known as resonant vibration occurs when specific frequencies are chanted or played. Ancient hymns, recited in the temple's sanctum, create harmonics that cause the very walls to hum. Archaeologists have measured standing waves inside these rooms, vibrations that linger long after the sound has stopped, as if the stone itself is alive. The Egyptians believed sound was the language of creation. In their cosmology, the god Thoth spoke the universe into existence, while the god Ptah thought it into form. To them, sound and geometry were two sides of the same divine law, vibration given shape. The deeper one goes into Dendera, the stranger becomes. Carvings depict what appear to be elongated bulbs connected by serpentine cords, often referred to as a Dendera light. Some researchers propose that these reliefs symbolize energy or frequency, the literal illumination of the temple through harmonic resonance. Could the Egyptians have used sound not only to communicate with the gods, but to generate energy or light within their sanctuaries? Recent experiments with cymatics, the study of visible sound waves, show that vibration can indeed create stable geometric forms, just as sacred geometry predicted. The ancients may have used these same principles to tune their temples into resonance with the Earth's frequency, transforming them into energy amplifiers. Far across the Mediterranean, on the island of Malta, lies another acoustic wonder, the hypogeum of Hal Seflini, a subterranean temple estimated to be over 5,000 years old. Its chambers are carved with such precision that a sound made in one area can be heard throughout the entire complex, reverberating with eerie clarity. When a male voice chants in the frequency range of 110 to 120 hertz, the entire structure vibrates in harmonic resonance. Modern tests show that this frequency directly affects the human brain, stimulating the right hemisphere and inducing altered states of consciousness. In ancient times, initiates may have used this resonance to enter trance states, to commune with the divine, or even experience interdimensional contact. Some archaeologists report that the skulls found within the hypogeum are elongated, resembling those discovered in Peru and Egypt, a tantalizing link suggesting these sites were part of a global network of resonance temples built by or for beings who understood the physics of sound at a cosmic level. The power of sound was not confined to the Mediterranean. In the Andes, at the site of Silistani near Lake Titicaca, circular stone towers called chulpas emit unusual echoes when tones are sung into them. Local legends say these were places where priests spoke with the gods. The Incas believed that their ancestors could communicate with the sun and stars through vibration, and their ceremonies involved the use of conch shells, flutes, and drums tuned to natural frequencies. These instruments were not for music as entertainment. They were tools of connection, aligning human resonance with the rhythm of the cosmos. Even the massive stones of nearby Cusco and Machu Picchu seemed to hum faintly when struck, producing clear, bell-like tones. Could this be coincidence or intentional design? Were the walls of these temples constructed to resonate at frequencies that interacted with both Earth's energy field and the human body? Modern science has begun to uncover the physics behind these ancient practices. Studies in acoustics reveal that sound waves can indeed influence matter, even move it. Experiments in acoustic levitation demonstrate that ultrasonic frequencies can lift and manipulate small objects by creating standing wave patterns. Ancient myths describing the levitation of stones through chanting or horns may not be fantasy after all. The Tibetan monks of the Himalayas, for instance, have long claimed that they can move large rocks with the sound of synchronized horns, drums, and mantras. Observers in the early 20th century recorded instances of monks producing vibrations that caused stones to rise and float short distances. Could this be a surviving fragment of the same ancient knowledge once used to build the world's megaliths? In Mesopotamia, temple inscriptions describe houses that vibrate with the power of the gods. The ziggurats, like the one dedicated to the god Enki at Eridu, were said to resound with the voices of heaven. These were not poetic metaphors. They were technological descriptions of resonance, temples designed to receive and amplify cosmic frequencies. In Sanskrit, the word nada means sound, but also means stream of consciousness. The Vedic sages taught that all creation begins with vibration, the eternal syllable M, the sound from which the universe expands. In India's great temples, this idea was realized physically. Domes and chambers were carved to reflect and magnify the chants of priests, creating acoustics so perfect that a single tone could fill the entire space like an ocean of sound. When sunlight struck the sanctum and vibration filled the air, the priests believed they were calling forth the gods from the heavens. Perhaps they were not wrong. Even the stones themselves may have been chosen for their vibrational qualities. Granite, used in many ancient temples, contains a high percentage of quartz crystal, a material known for its piezoelectric properties, capable of converting pressure or sound into electrical energy. This means that when sound waves vibrate within these temples, the quartz could generate measurable electromagnetic fields. Such energy might have been harnessed for healing, communication, or even as a medium of contact with non-physical entities. Researchers measuring electromagnetic activity in the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid have recorded anomalous spikes at frequencies corresponding to the human alpha brainwave range, the state associated with deep meditation and trance. It is as if these ancient structures were designed to interface directly with the human mind. Across cultures, the intention was the same: to use sound as a bridge between worlds. The ancients believed that every frequency carried information, that chanting specific tones could summon divine presence, align the soul with cosmic law, or open portals to higher realms. The Mayans called it the language of the sky. The Egyptians called it the sound of creation. Even in the Bible, the walls of Jericho fell not by force but by vibration. The sound of trumpets. These stories, scattered across time, may be memories of forgotten technology, one where the power of sound was understood as the most direct way to communicate with the universe itself. When modern researchers play recorded chants within these ancient temples, the effect is immediate and profound. Echoes spiral through stone corridors, harmonics weave like invisible threads, and one feels the air itself vibrating with memory. It is as though the temples are waiting to be reawakened by the same frequencies that once filled them thousands of years ago. The ancients left us more than architecture. They left instruments, cosmic resonators designed to reconnect humanity with the music of the stars. The implications are extraordinary. If sound could move stone, alter consciousness, and transmit energy, then the builders of these temples possess not superstition, but science, an understanding of acoustics and vibration that even our most advanced technologies are only beginning to approach. These temples were not silent tombs, but living devices, gateways humming with the power of creation itself. And yet, there is still another layer to this mystery. For if sound could move stone, then perhaps it could also open space, not just physical, but cosmic. In the next chapter, we explore the deeper possibility that the ancients' use of vibration extended beyond Earth itself, that they harnessed frequencies of the gods to communicate across time and distance, using sound as the ultimate medium between humanity and the stars. Sound, the first vibration creation, the invisible thread connecting every atom, every breath, every heartbeat of the cosmos. For the ancients, sound was not an effect, but a cause. It was a force that shaped reality, the tool of gods and builders alike. Long before modern science discovered the power of frequency, the ancients understood that sound could transform matter, heal the body, and bend the laws of the physical world. From the deserts of Egypt to the mountain monasteries of Tibet, from the pyramids of Central America to the temples of India, sound was revered as a sacred technology, one that could bridge the distance between human and divine. This is a forgotten science of encoded frequencies, the secret art of using vibration to command the world. Imagine standing in a vast chamber of stone, where a single note lingers for minutes, reverberating through the air as if the walls themselves breathe. In these ancient sanctuaries, priests and initiates once chanted specific tones, not at random, but in carefully measured sequences. Each sound corresponded to a frequency, each frequency to a force of nature. Together, they formed what might be called a harmonic key of creation. In Egypt, these tones were used to awaken statues of the gods, to animate what they call Ka, divine life force. The priests believed that through harmonic resonance, a spiritual energy could ascend into matter, making the inanimate come alive. To modern science, that might sound mystical, yet the physics of resonance confirms the possibility. Every object has a natural frequency. When exposed to that frequency, it begins to vibrate, sometimes to the point of movement or even destruction. We see this phenomenon in the physical world. A singer can shatter glass by matching its resonant frequency. Bridges collapse under rhythmic vibrations. Sound waves can move droplets of water into geometric forms. If this can happen by accident, imagine what could be achieved by intention. The ancients weren't guessing, they were tuning. Their temples, built with perfect acoustic geometry, were designed to amplify and direct sound energy. Their chants, carved into stone tablets, were formulas of vibration, sound codes designed to alter perception and reality. In modern times, scientists studying cymatics, the visualization of sound through matter, have discovered that when specific frequencies are played through sand or water, the particles arrange themselves into complex geometric shapes: flowers, spirals, stars. These are not random patterns. They mirror the same geometry found in ancient temple carvings, mandalas, and star maps. The ancients didn't merely hear sound. They saw it. They knew that sound creates form. To them, music was the voice of the universe, and vibration was its language. In India, this understanding reached divine expression to the concept of Nada Brahma. The universe is sound. The Sanskrit chants of the Vedas were composed not merely as hymns, but as vibrational codes. Each syllable of the sacred Om represents a cosmic principle: creation, preservation, and dissolution. The chanting of Om was not an act of worship. It was a way to align one's vibration with the pulse of the cosmos. Ancient yogis taught that sound could raise the human body's frequency, allowing the soul to transcend the limits of matter. The same principle appears in Buddhist monasteries of Tibet, where monks chant in deep, harmonic tones that cause their surroundings to tremble. These chants induce measurable brainwave changes, shifting the mind into higher states of consciousness. What the monks call enlightenment may, in scientific terms, be resonance, the synchronization of the human energy field with universal vibration. Even the structure of ancient instruments reveals this encoded knowledge. The Egyptian sistrum, a rattle used in temple rituals, emitted frequencies that modern acousticians describe as energizing, designed to awaken the body's electromagnetic field. The crystal bowls of Lemuria and the bronze gongs of Asia produced sustained frequencies that could align brain waves and heart rhythms. These instruments weren't designed for entertainment. They were tools for transformation. Each note, each tone, was a coded frequency meant to unlock a specific aspect of consciousness. One of the most compelling theories in alternative archaeology proposes that sound was the method by which the ancients moved and shaped massive stones. Legends across the world tell of builders using sound to levitate or soften rock. The Egyptian priest Manetho wrote that they lifted the stones by speaking to them. Tibetan texts describe monks raising monoliths with synchronized chants and horns. In 1939, Swedish engineer Henrik Jelson recorded a Tibetan demonstration in which monks positioned instruments in a semicircle before a large boulder. After sustained chanting, the stone reportedly lifted several feet into the air and landed behind a stone wall. Whether this account is literal or symbolic, it reflects a consistent ancient belief that sound could manipulate matter. Modern science, once skeptical, is beginning to confirm this possibility. In laboratories, researchers have used ultrasonic frequencies to suspend objects in midair, an effect known as acoustic levitation. While modern experiments use high-intensity sound waves, the principle remains the same. Vibration can overcome gravity by creating standing waves at balanced pressure. Could ancient civilizations have mastered a natural version of this effect, using Earth's own resonant frequencies? If so, sound may have been their ultimate tool for healing, construction, and even interdimensional communication. Healing through sound was another expression of this lost science. Egyptian texts refer to tones of rejuvenation, while ancient Chinese medicine associates each organ with a specific frequency. Modern studies now show that sound waves can influence DNA, repair tissue, and reduce stress at the cellular level. The human body itself is a symphony of vibrations. Every organ, every cell, oscillates in harmony. When the body falls ill, its frequencies fall out of tune. The ancients believed that chanting, drumming, and tonal instruments could restore this lost harmony, literally retuning the body to its cosmic rhythm. The same principles underpin today's practices of sound therapy and binaural beats, modern echoes of ancient wisdom. The builders of the megaliths may have used similar principles on a planetary scale. Temples positioned along Earth's magnetic grid may have acted as resonators, channeling sound frequencies through ley lines, the veins of the planet. When synchronized chants or instruments were played, these energies might have traveled through the earth, linking distant temples in harmonic communication. This could explain why so many ancient structures share similar acoustic properties and alignments, despite being separated by oceans. They were not isolated shrines, but nodes in a global network, an ancient sound grid connecting humanity to the cosmos. If this sounds speculative, consider that NASA has recorded sound frequencies emitted by planets, electromagnetic vibrations converted into audible tones. Each planet sings its own note, forming a celestial orchestra that mirrors the very concept of the music of the spheres. The ancients could not have heard these frequencies physically, yet they somehow encoded them into their spiritual systems. The Egyptians' temple chants, the Mayans' drumming ceremonies, the Sumerians' hymns to the stars, all follow harmonic patterns that correspond to planetary resonances. How could they have known? Unless, of course, their knowledge was given them by those who already understood the universal law of vibration, the beings they call gods, and we might now call extraterrestrials. The theory of encoded frequencies suggests that these temples, chants, and rituals were part of a larger communication system, one that allowed humans to interact with higher intelligences not through words, but through resonance. By achieving specific vibrational states, ancient priests may have been able to open channels of consciousness, bridging dimensions through sound. Even today, certain frequencies, 432 Hz, 528 Hz, and others, are said to produce feelings of connection, unity, and transcendence. Could these tones be remnants of a once universal code, an ancient cosmic language designed to reconnect us with our origins among the stars? Every culture that used sound this way spoke of transformation, of turning flesh into light, matter into spirit, and ignorance into illumination. Sound was not just a tool. It was the mechanism of ascension. The word of God in sacred texts, the divine song of the Vedas, the voice of creation in Egypt, all describe the same phenomenon, vibration as a creative power of the universe. Perhaps this is the greatest secret of all. The ancients were not merely primitive builders or dreamers of myth. They were physicists of the soul, decoding the frequencies that shape existence itself. Their temples were laboratories, their chants formulas, their rituals equations in motion. What they left behind was a manual, a map to rediscovering the resonance between humanity and the cosmos. And as we follow these resonant clues deeper into history, we arrive at a new revelation. The ancients did not only use sound and vibration to build and heal, they used it to connect. For in the next chapter, we will explore the ancient understanding of the Earth itself as a living energy grid, a network of power points and ley lines where temples were placed to harness and transmit the planet's natural resonance, a web of energy linking all sacred sites into one vast planetary circuit, the lost power system of the gods. Beneath the surface of the Earth runs a hidden network, a vast, invisible web of energy that ancient civilizations seem to know intimately. They built their temples, pyramids, and monuments not at random, but precisely atop these intersections of planetary power. This knowledge, lost to modern science and dismissed as myth, was once known as the Earth Grid, a system of ley lines and energy vortices that connect the world's most sacred sites in a geometric pattern so perfect it suggests deliberate design. The ancients understood that our planet is alive, that it breathes energy like a living organism, and that its power could be harnessed, directed, and even amplified through geometry, sound, and intention. This is a forgotten science of the energy grids, the invisible architecture linking Earth to the cosmos. When viewed from above, the placement of ancient monuments reveals something astonishing. The Great Pyramid of Giza, Stonehenge, Machu Picchu, Easter Island, and Angkor Wat all lie along mathematically precise lines that crisscross the globe, forming a massive geometric pattern known to researchers as the planetary grid system. These lines are not arbitrary. They align with the Earth's magnetic anomalies, gravitational fields, and even seismic nodes. Where two or more of these lines intersect, the ancients built temples, megaliths, and ceremonial centers. These were not mere coincidences of geography. They were intentional placements upon the Earth's natural energy currents, the veins through which the planet's life force flows. Modern technology has begun to confirm what ancient traditions have said for millennia. The Earth emits energy. Scientists studying telluric currents, natural electrical flows through the ground, have found that certain regions of the planet pulse with measurable electromagnetic activity. These areas often correspond to sacred sites revered by ancient peoples. For example, the Great Pyramid sits atop a powerful magnetic anomaly, as do Stonehenge and Machu Picchu. Even the Nazca lines, carved into the Peruvian desert, coincide with electromagnetic pathways detectable by modern instruments. The ancients may have recognized these lines not through technology, but through direct sensitivity, a natural attunement to the Earth's resonance that humanity has long since lost. Many ancient cultures spoke openly of this energy. The Chinese called it qi, the Indians named it prana, and the Polynesians knew it as mana. In the Western world, medieval mystics referred to it as telluric fire or dragon energy. It was believed that this force flowed to the land in rivers of light, coiling and twisting like serpents beneath the ground. The dragon lines of China's geomancers mirror the ley lines of Celtic tradition, invisible currents that determine where temples, tombs, and altars should be built. To align a structure with these flows was to tap into the planet's life force. A properly aligned temple would not only endure for millennia, it would radiate power, vibrate with harmony, and serve as a bridge between heaven and earth. In Britain, the legendary St. Michael's line stretches diagonally across the country, connecting some of the most important megalithic and Christian sites, from St. Michael's Mount in Cornwall to Glastonbury Tor and on to Berry Street, Edmonds. The line aligns almost perfectly with the sunrise on May 1st, the ancient Celtic festival of Beltane, symbolizing renewal and light. In China, the Forbidden City, the Great Wall, and key Taoist mountains align along energy meridians known to geomancers as the Long Mai or Dragon Veins. In South America, the Inca placed their temples along the Sikhs, spiritual pathways radiating from Cusco like the spokes of a wheel. The same geometric awareness appears in the layout of the Mayan city of Teotihuacan and the grid of the Egyptian pyramids. Everywhere, the pattern repeats. The sacred align with the energetic, the temple built upon the pulse of the earth. But how did these ancient builders map something invisible? Without satellites, compasses, or electrical instruments, how could they know where these lines ran? Some researchers believe they could feel them. Ancient shamans and dowsers describe sensations of heat, tingling, or vibration when standing upon these lines. Modern dowsers using rods or pendulums still claim to detect subtle electromagnetic differences along known ley lines. The ancients, perhaps through meditation or training, attuned their consciousness to these frequencies. They did not measure the Earth's energy with tools. They became the tools. Through this sensitivity, they designed their temples to amplify the planet's natural resonance, transforming them into energy nodes that both grounded cosmic power and transmitted human intention into the heavens. It is no coincidence that many of these sites also show evidence of acoustic and magnetic anomalies. The energy grid and the temple's sound frequencies work together as part of a unified system. The Earth's vibrations, the Schumann resonances, oscillate around 783 Hz, the same frequency as the brain's alpha waves, associated with calm awareness and meditation. Ancient architects may have tuned their temples to this frequency, allowing worshippers to enter altered states more easily. In such states, ancient priests and initiates might have experienced visions, revelations, or even telepathic communication with higher intelligences. These temples, placed upon the grid, acted as transmitters, broadcasting human consciousness into the cosmos and receiving cosmic knowledge in return. Consider the striking global geometry that emerges when one connects the world's greatest sacred sites. Lines drawn between Giza, Easter Island, the Nazca Lines, Angkor Wat, and the ancient city of Mohenjo-daro reveal consistent angular separations that reflect perfect mathematical ratios, as if all these places were plotted on a single planetary blueprint. The Giza Pyramid, for example, lies at the exact center of Earth's landmass, its meridians dividing the planet into equal segments. This is not coincidence. It is geometry on a planetary scale. Could it be that ancient civilizations, or their celestial teachers, were mapping the Earth according to principles known only to advanced beings? Some researchers propose that this global grid mirrors the geometric structures of the universe itself, a planetary version of the flower of life or platonic solids. The Earth, like all celestial bodies, may have an energetic lattice, a natural harmonic geometry that ancient builders could perceive. Aligning temples and monuments to this grid would allow them to act as tuning forks, harmonizing Earth's frequency with cosmic energy. These intersections, or vortex points, are often associated with unusual phenomena, magnetic anomalies, luminous orbs, and even distortions in time perception. Sites like the Bermuda Triangle and the Devil Sea in Japan coincide with major grid nodes. Is it possible that these locations are remnants of ancient power zones, places where the veil between dimensions is thinner? The ancients may have used this grid not only to connect with the Earth's energy, but to transmit power itself. Nikola Tesla, more than 4,000 years later, discovered that the Earth could conduct electricity through resonance, a principle eerily similar to what the ancients practiced. Tesla proposed a global wireless energy system based on the planet's natural frequencies, but his work was suppressed. Perhaps he was rediscovering the same planetary science known to the priest engineers of antiquity, a science that harnessed the planet's energy field to power temples, heal the body, and communicate with the stars. When seen this way, ancient monuments may not have been religious sites at all, but components of a long-lost global energy network. In myth, this energy grid was a domain of gods and serpents. In China, dragons were said to guard the ley lines, flowing like rivers of power beneath the land. In Mesoamerica, the feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl was a bringer of knowledge and energy, depicted as a luminous being winding through the heavens. In the Bible, Jacob dreams of a ladder reaching to heaven, a symbolic depiction of a vortex or energy pathway between earth and the divine. All these myths, though separated by oceans and languages, describe the same truth. The ancients were mapping, maintaining, and interacting with the energetic anatomy of the planet. When one visits these sacred sites today, even without instruments, the sensation can be unmistakable. A hum beneath the feet, a pulse in the air, a stillness charged with unseen power. Sensitive visitors report sensations of dizziness, timelessness, or euphoria, as though stepping into a field of enhanced consciousness. These are not the remnants of superstition, but the echoes of a technology that once bridged Earth and cosmos. It is possible that the ancients knew that to truly contact the stars, one had to first align with the planet. The Earth itself was the first temple, its energy grid the original altar. Every pyramid, every ziggurat, every stone circle was built not to dominate nature, but to harmonize with it. The ancients lived in resonance with the living planet, understanding that by connecting to Earth's heartbeat, they could communicate with the universe. And if this grid still hums beneath us, perhaps it still connects us to each other, to our ancestors, and to the beings who once walked beside them. But what became of this global system? Did it collapse in a cataclysm, or was it intentionally deactivated, hidden until humanity was ready to rediscover it? In the next chapter, we follow the trail of that forgotten legacy, to an age even older, a time before Egypt, before Sumer, when a great civilization may have mastered these energies fully. It is a legend of a continent lost to the sea, whose knowledge seeded every temple, every myth, and every mystery that followed. The hidden empire of Atlantis, the cradle of the gods. Long before Egypt raised its pyramids or Sumer built its ziggurats, the Earth may have been home to a civilization so advanced, so enlightened, that it became the blueprint for all that followed, a civilization remembered across cultures by a single haunting name, Atlantis. To mainstream historians, Atlantis is only a myth, a moral allegory told by Plato to illustrate hubris and divine punishment. But to those who read between the lines of history, Atlantis is not a fable. It is a memory. Its story echoes through every ancient text, every flood myth, every temple aligned to the stars. It is a missing link between the age of gods and the dawn of man, the bridge between celestial knowledge and human civilization. If the temples of Earth reflect a higher design, then Atlantis was the hand that drew the plan. Plato's account of Atlantis, written in Timaeus and Critias around 360 BC, remains the most detailed. He describes a vast island empire beyond the Pillars of Hercules, the Strait of Gibraltar, a powerful civilization that ruled the seas 9,000 years before his time. The Atlanteans, he wrote, possess advanced technology, magnificent architecture, and profound spiritual knowledge. Their capital was a city of concentric rings, alternating channels of land and water, with a central temple dedicated to Poseidon, the god who founded their race. At its heart stood a towering structure of precious metals, shimmering with orichalcum, an alloy that glowed like fire. Yet, according to Plato, the Atlanteans fell from grace, corrupted by pride. In a single night of earthquakes and floods, their empire sank beneath the waves, leaving only ruins and memories scattered across the world. For centuries, scholars dismissed the story as myth. Yet the deeper one looks, the more fragments appear to support it. Across continents, ancient cultures record eerily similar accounts of a cataclysmic flood that destroyed a great civilization. The Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh, the Hebrew story of Noah, the Hindu legend of Manu, and the Aztec tale of the fourth son, all speak of God's warning select humans to build vessels and preserve life before the deluge came. How could civilizations separated by oceans share the same event, the same imagery, the same sequence of destruction and renewal? Perhaps because they were remembering the same catastrophe, the fall of a single global civilization that once united humanity under the stars. Modern geological and archaeological findings lend weight to the possibility. Evidence of sudden global flooding around 12,000 years ago, the end of the last ice age, aligns precisely with the date Plato gave for Atlantis' destruction. At that time, sea levels rose dramatically, submerging vast coastal areas. Recent discoveries off the coast of India, Japan, and the Bahamas reveal sunken structures, city-like formations arranged in geometric patterns, roads, and even pyramid-shaped mounds. Off the coast of Yonaguni, Japan, an underwater complex bears steps, terraces, and precise right angles carved into solid rock. Divers exploring the site describe it as a megalithic temple, possibly built before the ocean swallowed it. In the Gulf of Kambat, India, sonar scans have revealed what appear to be submerged cities older than any known civilization, complete with grid-like streets and foundations. Could these ruins be the remnants of the lost Atlantean world? Shattered fragments of an empire that once encircled the globe? Many ancient cultures claim descent from the survivors of such a cataclysm. The Egyptians spoke of the Tepi, the first time, when the gods walked among men after a great flood, bringing knowledge to rebuild civilization. The Maya and the Aztecs told of their ancestors' migration from a sunken homeland called Aslan, a name strikingly similar to Atlantis. In the Andes, the Inca remembered Viracocha, a bearded, light-skinned teacher who emerged from the sea after a world-ending deluge, teaching agriculture, astronomy, and architecture before departing with a promise to return. In Mesopotamia, the Apkallu, half-fish, half-human sages, were said to have come from the Abzu, the watery abyss, to restore civilization after destruction. The same archetype repeats everywhere. Survivors emerging from the flood, bearing knowledge of the stars, geometry, and divine order. They were not gods, perhaps, but the remnants of Atlantis. According to esoteric traditions, Atlantis was more than a city. It was a consciousness. Its people were masters of energy and vibration, blending science and spirituality into a single discipline. They harnessed the Earth's magnetic fields, drew power from crystalline technology, and communicated across vast distances through harmonics and light. Some sources, like Edgar Cayce's readings, describe Atlantean energy centers, great towers that transmitted power wirelessly to the atmosphere, much like Nikola Tesla's vision of free global energy. These fire crystals, as the legends call them, could heal, illuminate, and even alter matter. But when their misuse led to imbalance, catastrophic forces were unleashed, earthquakes, storms, and the very crust of the earth tearing apart. Whether literal or symbolic, this fall represents the loss of a civilization that once lived in resonance with cosmic law. The influence of Atlantis may still echo in the sacred architecture of the ancient world. Many megalithic sites share construction techniques and alignments that predate their surrounding cultures, suggesting a shared origin. The polygonal masonry of Sacsayhuaman, the cyclopean walls of Greece, and the precision-cut stones of Egypt's Osirian all bear the same signature. Massive blocks fitted without mortar, resistant to time and tremor. Could these have been built by Atlantean descendants, spreading their knowledge after the flood? Plato himself wrote that the Atlanteans colonized distant lands before their fall, that Egypt, parts of Africa, and Europe were once their territories. If so, the world's earliest civilizations may be but shadows of a lost golden age. Even mythology seems to remember this forgotten empire. The Greek titan Atlas, said to hold up the heavens, was the father of the Atlantean kings. The name Atlantis itself means Island of Atlas, the realm of those who bore the weight of celestial knowledge. The Egyptians told of Thoth, who fled from a sinking western land and founded a new order in Egypt, bringing writing, architecture, and wisdom. The Mayans spoke of Kukulkan, the feathered serpent, who rose from the eastern sea and established law and learning. These stories are not isolated. They are fragments of a global memory. The gods, who appeared in different corners of the world, may have been survivors of Atlantis, carrying with them remnants of their technology and cosmology. In their temples, they encoded the mathematics of the universe, preserving the sacred geometry of their lost homeland. Geologists and researchers have speculated on possible locations for Atlantis, from the Azores Plateau in the Atlantic Ocean to the Caribbean, Antarctica, and even beneath the Sahara Desert, where satellite imagery reveals a mysterious Eye of the Sahara, or Rick Hat structure. This massive, circular formation matches Plato's description of concentric rings and lies precisely at the coordinates that ancient maps identified as the Mountains of Atlas. Could this be the eroded skeleton of Atlantis itself, buried not beneath the sea, but beneath time? Beyond physical ruins, Atlantis lives on through its legacy of knowledge. Its myths inspired the mystery schools of Egypt, the Pythagorean Brotherhood of Greece, and even the Hermetic and alchemical traditions of the Middle Ages. These esoteric lineages taught that humanity once lived in unity with the cosmos, guided by divine law, and that Atlantis' fall symbolized our separation from that cosmic harmony. They also taught that this knowledge was not lost forever. When the stars realign and the earth completes its great cycle, the wisdom of the first time will return. Many believe we stand on the threshold of that return today. Perhaps the Atlanteans were not gods or aliens, but the bridge between the two, humans who had ascended to a higher level of understanding, guided by beings from the stars. Their temples were machines, their language a code of light, their science indistinguishable from magic. When they fell, the world entered darkness, and their knowledge fragmented into myth. Yet every pyramid, every megalith, every legend of shining teachers bears their fingerprint. Atlantis may have vanished beneath the waves, but its resonance still hums beneath our feet, encoded in the Earth's energy grid and within the DNA of its descendants. If Atlantis truly existed, and if its wisdom seeded the civilizations that followed, then its rediscovery would change everything we know about human history. It would prove that our past was not a linear progression from primitive to advanced, but a cycle, a rise, a fall, and a rebirth. In the next chapter, we will follow this thread even further back, into the shadowy age before recorded history, when enigmatic monuments like Göbekli Tepe, the Sphinx, and the Yonaguni ruins were built by hands unknown. Were these structures the last works of the Atlanteans, or evidence of an even older race, the builders before history? The trail of lost knowledge continues, leading us into an era where myth and science merge, and the story of humanity's true origin begins to reveal itself. Long before the pharaohs raised their obelisks or Sumer inscribed the first words in clay, there was another age, an era erased from textbooks, buried under oceans and mountains, yet whispered of in every ancient tradition. It was a time when colossal monuments stood where deserts now stretch empty, when temples aligned to stars long shifted from their place in the sky, and when human civilization, far from primitive, may have been guided by a knowledge so profound that even today it feels alien. Archaeologists call this the pre-dynastic era, the dawn before history. But perhaps it was not a dawn at all. Perhaps it was the twilight of a far older world, the age of the builders before history. These mysterious architects left their mark on every continent. Their monuments, often cyclopean, carved from stone harder than steel, appear suddenly, without evolutionary precedent. There are no transitional sites, no primitive prototypes, no clear line of technological development. It is as if these builders appeared fully formed, accomplished masters of geometry, astronomy, and engineering, then vanished, leaving behind puzzles that defy explanation. Who were they? Were they survivors of Atlantis, emissaries of a forgotten race, or even visitors from the stars who seeded civilization anew? Nowhere is this enigma more striking than at Göbekli Tepe, a site in southeastern Turkey that has rewritten human history. Discovered in the 1990s, it predates Stonehenge by over 7,000 years and the pyramids by more than 6,000. Its massive T-shaped pillars, some weighing up to 20 tons, are carved with intricate reliefs of animals, foxes, scorpions, birds, and abstract symbols that seem more like constellations than decoration. The site was deliberately buried around 9,600 BC, the same era that Plato said Atlantis was destroyed. This coincidence is too significant to ignore. How could society of supposed hunter-gatherers, lacking metal tools or agriculture, quarry, carve, and arrange such monumental stones in precise, circular formations? The alignment of the site corresponds to the constellation Cygnus, the celestial swan, which ancient myth associates with rebirth and the path of souls. Göbekli Tepe is not merely the world's first temple. It is the smoking gun of a forgotten chapter of human civilization. If Göbekli Tepe challenges history's timeline, then the Great Sphinx of Giza obliterates it. Mainstream Egyptology claims the Sphinx was built around 2500 BCE under Pharaoh Khafre, yet geological evidence tells a different story. The erosion patterns on its body are caused not by wind and sand, but by thousands of years of heavy rainfall that ended long before Egypt's desert era, at least 9,000 years ago. Dr. Robert Schoch, a geologist from Boston University, analyzed the weathering and concluded that the Sphinx must be at least 12,000 years old, placing its construction squarely within the same period as Göbekli Tepe's rise and Atlantis' fall. The implications are staggering. It means that an advanced culture, capable of colossal architecture, astronomical alignment, and sophisticated symbolism, existed at the end of the last ice age. Moreover, the Sphinx is not alone. Directly beneath it, ground-penetrating radar has detected chambers and tunnels, one of which aligns perfectly with the pyramid complex. Ancient Egyptian texts speak of the Hall of Records, a hidden library left by the gods of the first time, containing the history of Earth before the flood. Though officially unexplored, whispers persist that secret excavations have taken place beneath the Sphinx, and that their findings, if revealed, would forever alter our understanding of human origins. Could this hall of records belong to the builders before history? Were they the same beings the Egyptians called the Shemsahor, the followers of Horus, said to have reigned before the first pharaohs and taught humanity the ways of the gods? Half a world away, in the depths of the Pacific Ocean, another enigma rests beneath the waves, the Yonaguni Monument of Japan. Discovered by diver Kihachiro Aratake in 1986, it consists of massive terraced stone platforms, steps, and right-angle walls that appear unmistakably artificial. The structure lies 80 feet below the surface, which means it must have been built before the last ice age ended, over 10,000 years ago, when sea levels were far lower. Marine geologists debate its origins, but the precise cuts, 90-degree angles, and large symmetrical terraces make natural formation improbable. Ancient Japanese legends speak of a vanished land called Mu or Lemuria, a Pacific counterpart to Atlantis. If true, Yonaguni may be a surviving fragment of that lost civilization, proof that advanced builders existed on both sides of the globe before recorded time. The same mystery surfaces across South America, where ancient megalithic sites like Tiwanaku and Pumapunku defy all logic. The stones at these sites, some weighing hundreds of tons, are cut with laser-like precision into complex interlocking shapes. The H-blocks of Pumapunku are identical, as if mass-produced with advanced machinery. The site sits at an altitude of nearly 13,000 feet, yet its builders transported and placed these massive stones without wheels, cranes, or steel tools. Carbon dating suggests that parts of the site predate the Inca civilization by thousands of years. The local Aymara legends say the gods descended from the stars and constructed the city in a single night. Could these be the same godlike builders who raised Göbekli Tepe and carved the Sphinx? In North America, the remnants of pre-Columbian mounds, geometric earthworks, and stone circles hint at similar lost knowledge. Sites such as Poverty Point and Newark earthworks display alignments with lunar and solar cycles so precise that they could only have been built by master astronomers. Across the Pacific, in Polynesia, the Moai statues of Easter Island stand as silent witnesses to a civilization that spoke of sky gods and builders from the sea. Each of these cultures, though separated by oceans and time, left behind the same legacy: monumental architecture, stellar alignment, and myths of gods who came down to teach humanity before vanishing. Who, then, were these builders before history? Were they an advanced human civilization, now lost to cataclysm? Survivors of Atlantis, rebuilding fragments of their fallen world? Or were they something beyond human, an otherworldly intelligence guiding the evolution of early mankind? Many traditions describe these beings as tall, radiant figures who brought wisdom, agriculture, and architecture, the same description given to the Anunnaki of Mesopotamia, the Viracocha of the Andes, and the luminous sages of ancient India. They are called by many names, but their mission seems singular: to restore balance after destruction, to rekindle civilization, and to ensure that humanity will remember its celestial origin. Evidence of this forgotten world is not only found in stone, but encoded in myth and science. The sudden appearance of agriculture around 10,000 BC, precisely after the last ice age, coincides with the building of Göbekli Tepe. DNA studies show unexplained genetic diversity among early human populations, as if new genetic material appeared abruptly rather than evolving gradually. Ancient texts, from a Popol Vuh to the Enuma Elish, describe gods fashioning humans anew after great floods. Could these myths preserve distorted memories of genetic engineering, an act of renewal performed by the builders before history? The tools of these ancient architects may have been based not on brute force, but on resonance and geometry. The precision of megalithic construction suggests the use of sound, vibration, or electromagnetic manipulation, technologies we are only beginning to comprehend. Experiments in modern laboratories show that sound can levitate objects, magnetism can move stone, and resonance can alter material density. If the builders before history possessed this knowledge, they could have shaped mountains as easily as clay. The megaliths may have been more than temples. They could have been energy devices, tuning structures that link the Earth's magnetic field with cosmic frequencies. As we uncover more sites buried beneath jungle and sea, a pattern emerges. The farther back we look, the more advanced the architecture becomes. This is the inverse of human progress as we know it. It suggests not evolution, but devolution, a fall from an earlier age of mastery. Perhaps the builders before history were the inheritors of a dying world, preserving fragments of their science in stone for a future humanity to rediscover. Their monuments were not mere memorials, but messages, markers aligned with stars, constructed to endure epochs of cataclysm. Could it be that the world's ancient temples and megaliths are the chapters of a book written by a lost civilization, each site a verse and story of a forgotten epic? The evidence points to a chain of knowledge passed from one world to another, from the stars to the earth, and from the ruins of the past to the builders of today. The builders before history may have been the bridge between Atlantis and the modern age, the keepers of a cosmic flame that survived the flood. But if they existed, what happened to them? Did they vanish in another disaster, ascend into legend, or hide their legacy deep within the earth's forgotten chambers? In the next chapter, we descend into those shadows, into sealed tunnels, forbidden tombs, and lost vaults said to contain the records of the gods. There, in darkness, lie the whispers of ancient contact, the forbidden excavations that may finally reveal the truth of humanity's hidden past. Beneath the sands, jungles, and mountains of our planet lie secrets so old and so powerful that they have been sealed away for thousands of years. Chambers, tunnels, and artifacts that may hold proof of humanity's forgotten contact with beings from the stars. Many of these sites remain off-limits to the public, guarded by governments, protected by secrecy, or dismissed as mere legends. Yet time and again, whispers emerge of forbidden excavations, digs that reveal technology where none should exist, relics that defy dating, and vaults said to contain records left by the gods themselves. If the builders before history were the inheritors of an older, possibly extraterrestrial legacy, then these hidden sites may be the keys to unlocking that truth. What was buried, and why was it kept from us? One of the most enduring mysteries centers on the Sphinx and the Hall of Records. According to ancient Egyptian texts, beneath the paws of the Great Sphinx lies a chamber containing the lost knowledge of the first time, the era when gods and men walked together. The priesthood of Heliopolis spoke of sacred scrolls inscribed before the flood, preserving the wisdom of Thoth, the divine architect of creation. Modern geophysical scans conducted by several independent teams in the 1990s revealed large cavities under the Sphinx's body, one directly beneath its left paw. Dr. Thomas DeBecky and John Anthony West, who sponsored seismic studies, confirmed the existence of a rectangular chamber. Yet despite decades of public pressure, the Egyptian authorities have never permitted full exploration. What could be so dangerous or so revolutionary that it must remain hidden? Could the Hall of Records contain evidence of the lost Atlantean civilization, or even records of extraterrestrial contact? Legends claim that when the time is right, when humanity is ready, this chamber will be opened and the secrets of the gods will be revealed. Some researchers speculate that these vaults are not empty archives, but technological repositories, crystalline data banks containing holographic records of Earth's prehistory. If such a discovery were confirmed, it would shatter every accepted narrative of human evolution and religion. For now, the sands keep their silence. Across the ocean in the Andes of South America, rumors of underground cities and metallic vaults have circulated for centuries. The Incan chronicles speak of the golden library of the gods hidden deep beneath the mountains near Cuenca, Ecuador. In 1976, Argentine explorer Juan Moritz claimed to have entered these tunnels, a sprawling labyrinth stretching for miles beneath the surface. Inside, he reported walls as smooth as glass, massive stone doors that opened without visible hinges, and metallic plates engraved with strange symbols and maps of constellations. Moritz signed a notarized affidavit of his discovery, witnessed by the Ecuadorian government, but the tunnels were later sealed by the military. When explorer Eric von Daniken attempted to investigate, he was denied access. Those who ventured in afterward described seeing light sources with no visible flame and artifacts of unknown origin. The site, known today as Teo's Cave, remains one of the most mysterious locations on Earth. Some believe it to be a remnant of the Atlantean world, or even an entrance to a subterranean network connecting ancient civilizations globally. Further south in Peru lies another alleged gateway to the underworld, the Puerta de Jayamarca, or Gate of the Gods. Carved into solid rock, it resembles a giant doorway leading nowhere. Local legends claim it once opened into another dimension when activated by a golden disc, a celestial key gifted by the gods. In 1996, a team of archaeologists investigating the site detected unusual electromagnetic readings around the portal center. Witnesses have reported seeing flashes of blue light, hearing humming vibrations, and even feeling time distortions near the doorway. Whether these are geological anomalies or remnants of an ancient technology, they suggest that these sites may not merely symbolize gateways, they may be them. Another forbidden site lies deep within the Amazon basin, the rumored city of Akakir. First brought to public attention in the 1970s by journalist Carl Brugger, Akakir was described by an Amazonian tribal chief as an underground metropolis built by gods who came from the stars before a great flood. Brugger's source, known as the Tunka Nara, led several expeditions into the jungle, claiming to show evidence of the city's existence. But Brugger was later murdered under mysterious circumstances, and his notes vanished. Others who followed his trail disappeared as well. Satellite imaging has since revealed anomalies in the region, massive geometric structures hidden beneath the jungle canopy. Could these be remnants of Akakir? Was this one of the last refuges of the builders before history? In Asia, ancient texts tell Shambhala, the subterranean kingdom of light hidden beneath the Himalayas. Tibetan monks believe that this realm is inhabited by an advanced race of beings who have guided humanity from the shadows for millennia. Some say Shambhala is not a mythic city, but a literal network of tunnels and sanctuaries extending from Tibet to Mongolia, constructed before the last cataclysm. During the 1920s, Russian explorer Nicholas Roerich led expeditions through Central Asia in search of this hidden world, recording sightings of glowing discs moving the sky and monks who spoke of sky beings guarding the entrances to the underground halls. Roerich wrote that the lamas described Shambhala as both a spiritual and physical place, the city of the immortals, waiting for the time when humanity is ready to rejoin its celestial teachers. Equally mysterious are the forbidden excavations whispered about in Antarctica, a continent officially unexplored beneath its ice for millennia. Satellite images have revealed what appear to be geometric structures and massive anomalies buried under the snow, some circular, others resembling artificial installations. Whistleblowers from military operations in the region have spoken of ancient machines, magnetic disturbances, and sealed tunnels leading miles beneath the ice. In 2016, several world leaders, including religious and scientific figures, made unexplained visits to Antarctica. Officially, they were there for environmental studies. Unofficially, some believe they were shown remnants of an ancient outpost, possibly extraterrestrial in origin. The idea may sound incredible, yet every decade reveals more evidence that Antarctica was not always frozen, that it once supported life and possibly housed a civilization erased by the last global cataclysm. Perhaps the most famous rumor of forbidden excavation concerns the Vatican archives, a labyrinth of vaults beneath Vatican City said to contain more than 12 miles of shelves filled with manuscripts, artifacts, and relics. Among them, according to unverified reports, are ancient maps showing the world before the flood, correspondences with lost civilizations, and artifacts recovered from early excavations in the Holy Land that suggest divine beings were flesh and blood. The Church allows only a handful of scholars limited access each year, yet the catalog contents hint at knowledge spanning back to the dawn of recorded time. If the Vatican truly holds evidence of humanity's contact with celestial visitors, it would be the ultimate forbidden archive, the modern Hall of Records. Again and again, we find the same pattern. Sealed chambers beneath temples, unexplored tunnels beneath pyramids, missing artifacts whisked away into private collections, and excavations halted without explanation. Why such secrecy? Why such fear of discovery? Perhaps it is because these findings point to a narrative that threatens the foundation of modern belief, that humanity is not the product of slow evolution and isolation, but the result of intervention, guided and shaped by beings who walked among us in the distant past. Official history tells us that civilization began 6,000 years ago, that writing, architecture, and astronomy arose independently. Yet these forbidden excavations hint at something far older, a unified source of knowledge that predated every known culture. The sealed chambers, hidden vaults, and submerged cities suggest that our ancestors were not ignorant primitives, but witnesses to a world that has since been erased. The truth, perhaps, was never lost, merely hidden until the world is ready to remember. The deeper one descends into these forbidden sites, the more the line between myth and reality dissolves. Ancient accounts of gods descending in beams of light sound eerily similar to modern descriptions of craft and technology. The idea that these relics were buried for our protection gains new meaning if they contain devices or information capable of changing everything we know. What if the true history of Earth, the story of its visitors, its builders, and its cataclysms, lies sealed beneath our feet, waiting for humanity to evolve enough to face it? One day, these vaults will open. Whether by human discovery or by destiny's design, the hidden records of the gods will rise again from the darkness, and the story of our past will be rewritten in light. But until that moment, the world remains a stage for the seekers, those who dig where they are told not to, who question what cannot be spoken, who hear the echo of truth beneath the earth. In the next chapter, we journey from the buried chambers of stone to the living altars of power, to the kings, emperors, and priests who claim descent from these celestial beings. For if the gods once walked among us, their bloodlines did not disappear. They ruled empires, shaped destiny, and forged amid the divine right. The legacy of the Star Kings, whose rule on earth was said to be written in the heavens themselves. Across the tapestry of history, a strange and persistent theme threads through every civilization, that of divine rulers, beings of extraordinary wisdom and power who descended from the heavens to govern humanity. From the god-kings of Egypt to the demigods of Sumer, from the celestial emperors of China to the shining ancestors of the Andes, every culture recalls a time when those who ruled were not entirely human. These rulers, part flesh, part light, claimed descent from the stars. Their bloodlines, it was said, carried the essence of the gods themselves. Inscriptions, myths, and royal genealogies all insist upon the same thing, that humanity's first kings were star kings, hybrids of earth and sky, who brought order, knowledge, and divine law to the world. In ancient Sumer, often called the cradle of civilization, this idea was foundational. The Sumerian king list, one of the oldest surviving historical records on Earth, tells of a time when kingship descended from heaven. The list begins not with ordinary humans, but with beings who reigned for tens of thousands of years, impossible reigns that suggest they were not mortal. Names like Alulim, Alaulgar, and Enmenluana ruled in Eridu and Bad Tibur long before the flood. The text states plainly, after kingship descended from heaven, kingship was in Eridu. Then came the great deluge, and kingship once again descended from heaven. These beings, known as the Anunnaki, were described as tall, radiant, and powerful, gods who walked among men, teaching agriculture, astronomy, and the arts of civilization. According to the ancient texts, they created humankind as a servant race, but later chose certain humans to carry their essence, their bloodline, ensuring that divine rule would continue through selected descendants. This concept of celestial lineage spread far beyond Mesopotamia. In Egypt, the pharaohs were not merely rulers, they were living gods. Every pharaoh was declared the son of Ra, the solar deity who journeyed across the heavens. The royal body was considered divine flesh, the blood infused with Ka, the life force of the gods. Egyptian temple walls record that their first rulers were not human dynasties, but divine ones, the Netjeru, the gods themselves. According to priestly records from Heliopolis, before the first human pharaoh Narmer unified Egypt, there was a long reign of gods and demigods spanning over 23,000 years. The god Osiris, the bringer of civilization, was said to have ruled on earth before ascending to the stars, promising to return in an age of renewal. His son Horus, born of a divine mother and mortal father, became the archetype for all future pharaohs, a pattern that echoes across the world. In South America, the Andean legends of the Incas speak of Viracocha, a luminous being who emerged from the sea after a great cataclysm. He was said to have created the first humans and appointed kings to rule in his image. The Incas traced their royal ancestry directly to him, calling themselves children of the sun. They believed their emperors carried divine blood, an inheritance from celestial progenitors who promised to return when the stars realigned. Similarly, the Maya and Aztecs claimed descent from gods who arrived from the heavens in radiant chariots. The Toltecs called them the people of the serpent, a name linked to the feathered serpent god Quetzalcoatl, another radiant, bearded figure said to have descended from the sky to teach wisdom and peace before returning to the stars. In Asia, The same celestial lineage governed empires for millennia. The Chinese emperors were known as the sons of heaven. Their authority derived directly from the mandate of heaven. The first emperor, Fu Shi, was depicted with a body of serpent in the face of a man, a hybrid of divine and human attributes. He and his consort Nuwa were said to have descended from the sky, bringing writing, law, and cosmic order to humanity. Ancient texts describe them as those who measure the earth by the stars. The Japanese emperors, too, claimed descent from the sun goddess Amaterasu, who sent her grandson Ninigi to earth with the 3 sacred treasures, symbols of divine authority: a mirror, a sword, and a jewel. These relics, said to carry the essence of the gods, are still held as imperial regalia today, symbols of the unbroken link between heaven and the throne. Even in the Western world, the same theme persisted. The kings of early Europe often traced their bloodlines back to divine or celestial origins. The Merovingian dynasty of France claimed descent from a shining being who emerged from the sea. Celtic lore tells of the Tuatha De Danann, radiant, godlike beings who came in ships that sailed through the sky. They established kingdoms across Ireland and were said to have retreated into the hollow hills when their time ended, watching over humanity from beneath the earth. Their descendants, according to legend, became the Fae, ethereal beings of light, neither gods nor mortals. The royal families of the ancient world often intermarried to preserve what they called the pure blood of the gods. Even in the Bible, this idea appears. In Genesis 6 verse 4, which describes in the film, the offspring of the sons of God and the daughters of men. They were said to be mighty, powerful, and renowned, the hybrid kings of forgotten age. What unites all these stories is a repeated claim that rulership, civilization, and divine knowledge were granted through bloodline. The ancients believed that certain individuals carried within them the genetic spark of their creators, a link to celestial intelligence. This was not metaphor to them. It was literal heritage. Priestly initiations, royal coronations, and secret rites of kingship were designed to awaken or preserve this divine essence. The crown, shaped like the solar disk or serpent, symbolized a connection between heaven and earth. The anointing oil, the royal scepter, the throne itself, all were instruments to channel the divine energy that legitimized the ruler's power. Modern science, curiously, echoes fragments of this ancient truth. Studies of royal mummies from Egypt and Mesopotamia have revealed genetic anomalies, including elongated skulls and unusual mitochondrial markers. In Paracas, Peru, skulls discovered in royal tombs show cranial volumes 25% larger than normal humans, not the result of binding, but of distinct biology. DNA analysis has traced some of these markers to regions unknown, lineages that cannot be matched to any modern human population. Could these anomalies represent remnants of ancient hybrid bloodlines, the literal descendants of the Star Kings? If so, then the myth of divine right may have originated not as superstition, but as memory. The first kings may have ruled by divine right, because they were, in part, divine. Over time, as their blood diluted and their knowledge faded, the symbol remained, but the reality was forgotten. The concept of kingship, once a sacred stewardship between the heavens and earth, devolved into human power and politics. But traces of the original truth survived in secret societies, mystery schools, and royal genealogies. Throughout history, certain orders, the priests of Ammonius, the Magi, the Dragon Court, and later the Knights Templar, claimed to protect the legacy of the celestial lineage. They guarded relics, texts, and genetic secrets that connected humanity's rulers to their divine origin. Some of these orders believed that the return of the gods would coincide with the awakening of the bloodlines, a restoration of the cosmic order known in the West as the return of the king, and in the East as the cycle of the phoenix. But what was the true purpose of these divine rulers? Why did the gods place their own essence within humanity? Some ancient texts suggest the star kings were intermediaries, hybrids capable of existing in both realms, mediating between physical and celestial worlds. Their task was to guide humanity's evolution, to govern not by force but by example, and to prepare Earth for rejoining the cosmic community. Yet pride, corruption, and forgetfulness fractured that mission. The bloodline scattered, the knowledge was hidden, and humanity entered the long night of separation. Even today, echoes of that legacy linger in our myths, our symbols, and our collective longing for a savior or chosen one. From Arthurian legends to messianic prophecies, the archetype of the divine ruler who returns in a time of darkness is universal. Perhaps this yearning reflects not fantasy, but deep ancestral memory. The call of the Star Kings, waiting to reawaken within us the same divine potential they once embodied. For if the blood of the gods runs through the veins of humanity, even diluted, then we are not merely their creations, but their heirs. The true lineage of the Star Kings may not belong to a select few, but to all who remember their origin in the stars. In the next chapter, we explore how these celestial lineages preserve their knowledge, not only through royal blood, but through sacred symbols and secret codes. Hidden within ancient texts, artifacts, and monuments lies an encrypted legacy, a universal language of the gods. This language, written in geometry, myth, and light, may hold the ultimate key to reawakening humanity's forgotten connection to the stars. Since the dawn of recorded time, humanity has sought to preserve divine truth, not merely in words, but in symbols. For symbols are eternal. They transcend language, culture, and even memory itself. Across continents, we find the same mysterious patterns etched into stone, woven into temples, encoded in ancient manuscripts, and hidden in plain sight within modern art and architecture. These are not coincidences of creativity. They are fragments of a single universal code, the sacred language of the gods. It is a language that speaks not through syntax, but through geometry, number, and vibration. It is how the ancients remembered what could not be spoken aloud. This is a hidden language of light, the divine cipher by which the Star Kings, pre-scientists, and initiates of the mystery schools transmitted the wisdom of the stars. In every ancient civilization, symbols served as vessels of knowledge. The Egyptian Ankh, the Sumerian Dinger, the Hindu Yantra, the Mayan Hunabku, and the Celtic Triskele, all these forms encode principles of life, energy, and cosmic order. The Ankh, shaped like a key or loop cross, represented the breath of eternal life, a union of heaven, the loop, and earth, the cross. In esoteric teachings, it symbolized the energy circuit of the human body, the life force flowing to the spinal column into the crown, a divine current connecting man to the cosmos. Similarly, the Dinger sign of ancient Mesopotamia, a star inside a wedge, meant both God and heaven, signifying that divinity came from the stars. Each temple that bore this mark was, quite literally, a beacon, a receiver of celestial frequencies. These were not just religious icons, but components of an advanced system of communication, a form of sacred encryption designed to conceal knowledge from the uninitiated while preserving it for future ages. To the untrained eye, they were artistic flourishes. To the initiate, they were equations. The spiral, for instance, appears everywhere, from the carvings at Newgrange in Ireland to the petroglyphs of the Hopi and the temples of the Indus Valley. It represents energy unfolding through time, the journey from the finite to the infinite. The ancients knew that all motion, from galaxies to DNA, follows this spiral form, guided by the mathematics of phi, the golden ratio. Thus, the spiral was a symbol of life's code, a cosmic signature written into everything that exists. The pyramid itself, perhaps the most enduring of all sacred symbols, is far more than a tomb or monument. It is a frequency machine, a geometric amplifier designed to channel energy between earth and sky. Its shape embodies a formula of ascension, the merging of the square earth and the triangle spirit. In the esoteric schools of Egypt, the pyramid was seen as a hieroglyph of the human journey, the soul ascending through layers of vibration until it reunites with the source. This same shape appears in Mesoamerica, Asia, and even prehistoric Europe, always aligned with the stars, always encoding the same ratios. It is as if the builders across the world were all reading from the same blueprint, one written not in human tongues, but in the geometry of the universe. This universal code was not limited to architecture. It was also woven into sound, color, and number. In Pythagorean and Hermetic traditions, numbers were living beings, archetypes of creation. The number 1 represented unity, the all. 2 symbolized polarity, the birth of contrast and balance. 3 was the Trinity, the synthesis of opposites, the divine child born from duality. 4 represented matter, the physical world, while 5, the pentagram, was a symbol of life itself, of man as the microcosm of the macrocosm. The pentagram, found in Sumerian tablets, Greek temples, and Chinese art, encoded not only the human form but the mathematical proportions of growth and harmony. The ancients knew what modern science would rediscover millennia later. That reality itself is numerical, that energy organizes itself through mathematical ratios and harmonic frequencies. This realization formed the foundation of what secret societies later called the language of light, the universal system through which higher beings could communicate across dimensions. The priests of Heliopolis, the Magi of Persia, the Vedic rishis, and Pythagoreans all studied this code. They called it by many names: logos, vak, hu, word made flesh. It was believed that sound and geometry were two sides of the same creative force, vibration taking form. The Hebrew Kabbalists later preserved this understanding in the Tree of Life, a symbolic diagram mapping the structure of the universe and the human soul. Each of its 10 spheres, or sephiroth, corresponded to a frequency, a divine note in the symphony of existence. To meditate upon it was to attune one's consciousness to the architecture of creation itself. Even the simplest geometric figures carried immense meaning. The circle, representing eternity and unity, was the first and most sacred symbol. To draw a circle was to imitate the act of creation, the expansion of the universe from a single point. The Vesica Piscis, formed by the overlap of two circles, represented the union of spirit and matter, heaven and earth, male and female, the birth of duality. Within this shape, the ancients inscribed the first measurements of sacred geometry, the ratios that would govern construction of temples, mandalas, and even cathedrals thousands of years later. Every line, every curve, was an echo of cosmic design. But beyond geometry, the ancients also encoded their knowledge in light itself. Temples were designed to interact with the sun, moon, and stars in precise ways, beams of light entering sacred chambers only on solstices or equinoxes, illuminating key symbols or statues. The temple of Amunias at Karnak aligns perfectly with the rising sun on the winter solstice, flooding the inner sanctum with golden light. The Mayan temple of Kukulkan creates the illusion of a serpent descending its staircase during the equinox, light itself becoming a living symbol. These alignments were not ornamental. They were functional. They demonstrated the builder's mastery of both earthly and celestial mechanics. In their temples, light was not just illumination. It was revelation, a literal descent of divine intelligence into the material world. The same sacred code appears in art and scripture. The book of Genesis begins with a phrase whose hidden geometry aligns perfectly with the Fibonacci sequence, the mathematical pattern that defines natural growth. The mandalas of Hindu and Buddhist traditions map the structure of consciousness through complex symmetries that correspond to quantum fractals. The rose windows of Gothic cathedrals, crafted centuries later, reproduce the same ratios as the flower of life carved into the Egyptian temple at Abydos. Even the music of Gregorian chant follows harmonic intervals that mirror planetary frequencies, turning worship into resonance with the cosmos. It is as if the wisdom of the ancients survived every cataclysm, hiding itself in the very structures of culture, waiting to be rediscovered. Those who truly understood the symbolic language, the high initiates, the mystery priests, the philosopher architects, believed that decoding it was a key to transformation. They taught that every symbol was a doorway, every ratio a bridge between worlds. The initiate's task was to awaken the inner eye, to see beyond the form and into the light encoded within it. This is why secret schools guarded their teachings with odes and allegory. The uninitiated might look at a symbol and see only a design, but the adept perceived it as living energy, a resonance that could awaken higher consciousness. The deeper one studies these patterns, the more impossible it becomes to believe they arose by chance. The same geometric and numerical principles repeat in every sacred culture: Egypt, Sumer, India, China, Mesoamerica. Even though these civilizations were supposedly isolated from one another, the only logical conclusion is that they inherited this code from a common source: the celestial teachers, the star kings, or the lost civilization of Atlantis. They passed it down in stone, in scripture, and in myth, ensuring that one day, when humanity was ready, we would remember how to read it. Today, scientists studying quantum fields, string theory, and wave harmonics are beginning to rediscover what the ancients already knew: that reality itself is geometric, vibrational, and luminous. The universe is not random but resonant, structured according to the same patterns encoded in the temples of old. The sacred language of light was never lost. It was merely forgotten. The symbols carved into temple walls are more than art. They are equations written in stone, blueprints for understanding creation. And perhaps this was the intention all along. The Star Kings and their priestly descendants may have known that their civilizations would fall, that floods and time would erase their cities. So they hid their knowledge in the only way it could survive, through universal patterns that even the destruction of empires could not erase. We are the inheritors of that code. Every mandala, pyramid, spiral, and sacred number calls to us, whispering the same message. You are never separate from the divine. You are part of the design. In the next chapter, we explore the profound power this realization awakened in the ancient world. The power to heal, to manifest, and to transcend. We journey into the mystery of ancient energy technology, where sacred symbols and geometry became not only spiritual tools, but mechanisms for harnessing cosmic power, the very technologies that may have once powered the temples of the gods. In the shadow of ancient ruins and beneath the carvings of forgotten temples lies a truth so startling that even today's most advanced engineers struggle to comprehend it. The ancients may have possessed a form of energy technology that harnessed the earth, the stars, and the hidden forces of vibration itself. Long before the industrial age, before copper wires or combustion, there existed civilizations that appeared to command light, magnetism, and resonance as naturally as we use electricity. Their temples, pyramids, and monuments were not merely places of worship. They were machines of energy, devices designed to interface with the planet's natural power grid and the cosmic frequencies that sustain life. This was the science of the gods, the forgotten art of ancient energy technology. The Great Pyramid of Giza stands as the most iconic example of this mystery. Its perfect geometry, astronomical alignment, and internal structure defy the notion that it was simply a tomb. There are no inscriptions of funerary rituals, no mummies, and no treasures within, only granite chambers, precision-cut shafts, and hidden resonant cavities. Researchers like Christopher Dunn and Nikola Tesla himself suggested that the pyramid was not a tomb at all, but a power plant. The evidence is compelling. The pyramid's inner walls are made of granite rich in quartz crystal, a material known for its piezoelectric properties, the ability to generate an electrical charge under mechanical pressure. When vibrations from the Earth's tectonic activity, or perhaps intentional acoustic input, passed through the granite, it could have produced electricity. The pyramid's descending shafts, lined with conductive materials, may have channeled this energy. Its capstone, rumored to be made of gold, would have served as a conductor, transmitting power into the atmosphere. Tesla himself believed that the Earth could be used as a conductor of electrical energy. His Wardenclyffe Tower was designed to transmit power wirelessly using the Earth's resonant frequency, the same principle the ancients might have used at Giza. The layout of the pyramid complex mirrors a giant circuit board, with the Nile River functioning as an electromagnetic current and the pyramids acting as amplifiers. The so-called air shafts are not oriented for ventilation, but point directly toward key stars, Orion's belt and Sirius, as if the structure was tuned to both celestial and terrestrial energies. When viewed through this lens, the pyramid becomes more than stone. It becomes an interface, a bridge between Earth's heartbeat and the resonance of the cosmos. The ancient Egyptians themselves hinted at this. The temple inscriptions refer to the pyramids as Perneter, House of the Gods, or House of Energy. In these texts, the gods use sound, light, and power from the heavens to raise the stones and charge the sanctuaries. The priests of Heliopolis spoke of the living flame that animated the temples, an energy that was neither fire nor light as we know it. Some researchers believe this was plasma, ionized energy produced through resonance or electromagnetic manipulation. The same principle may explain the mysterious dendrolite, a carving in the Temple of Hathor that shows what appears to be a large bowl connected by a cable to a box, inside which stands a serpent representing energy or current. Engineers examining the relief have noted that the design resembles a modern cathode tube. Could it be that the Egyptians harnessed high-frequency electrical discharges to generate illumination within their underground chambers, thousands of years before electricity was discovered? If Egypt held one key to ancient energy, the Andes held another. The ruins of Sacsayhuaman, Ollantaytambo, and Pumapunku display signs of advanced stoneworking that cannot be explained by hammer and chisel. The blocks, often weighing hundreds of tons, were fused together with melted precision, as if softened by heat or energy fields before being molded into place. Some stones exhibit magnetized surfaces, suggesting exposure to high levels of electromagnetic energy. Local legends claim that the Inca's ancestors possessed the power of the sun, the ability to make stones weightless through sound or light. In Bolivia, the Tiwanaku complex is aligned precisely to the solstices, and at its center stand the gateway of the sun, a single monolith carved with intricate symbols that appear to encode celestial and mathematical information. The carving's precision and magnetic properties have led some to believe it functioned as a resonance device, perhaps a portal generator connecting Earth with celestial frequencies. Even more enigmatic are the ruins found deep beneath the ocean, such as those off Yonaguni and in the Gulf of Kumbat. These sites show evidence of having been deliberately shaped to align with constellations and solstice points, just like their terrestrial counterparts. Could these have been energy hubs in a global network, points where planetary and cosmic energies were focused? When seen from space, ancient structures seem to form a pattern, a grid of power nodes aligned with the Earth's ley lines and magnetic meridians. The Great Pyramid, Stonehenge, Teotihuacan, and Angkor would all fall on these energetic intersections. It is as if the entire planet was once wired with an invisible power system, a planetary circuit designed to stabilize Earth's frequency and amplify the energy of life itself. Modern experiments have begun to reveal how this may have worked. When scientists recreated the internal dimensions of the Great Pyramid in acoustic models, they discovered that it resonates strongly at 118 Hz, a frequency known to induce altered states of consciousness in humans. Another frequency detected within its king's chamber matches the Schumann resonance, the natural electromagnetic frequency of the Earth, 783 Hz. This suggests that the pyramid was a resonator, not only for energy, but for the mind. It could have functioned simultaneously as a power generator and a consciousness amplifier, merging physics and spirituality into a single science. The builders of these structures may have understood that energy is not separate from life or thought, that consciousness itself can direct and modulate energy through intention. Other ancient sites show evidence of similar resonance-based technology. The Hypogeum of Malta, with its honeycomb of underground chambers, resonates perfectly at 111 Hz, a frequency known to trigger theta brainwaves associated with meditation and visionary experience. The temples of Angkor, what were built atop massive quartz foundations that amplify electromagnetic signals. The ziggurats of Mesopotamia, with their tiered design, may have been step resonators, channeling cosmic energy downward into the earth while transmitting Earth's energy upward to the heavens. In India, the Vimana temples, dedicated to the gods who flew in celestial chariots, are built upon magnetic anomalies and shaped like inverted cones, mirroring the geometry of vortices. These temples, like many across the ancient world, were not just spiritual centers. They were engines of resonance. In the desert of Egypt, mysterious artifacts like the Baghdad Battery and the Saqqara bird add to the puzzle. The Baghdad Battery, a small clay jar containing a copper cylinder and iron rod, when filled with acidic liquid, can produce electricity. Though officially dated to around 200 BCE, similar designs may have been used in Egypt and Mesopotamia thousands of years earlier. The Saqqara bird, a wooden model found in an Egyptian tomb, has aerodynamic properties nearly identical to modern gliders. Some researchers suggest these devices were remnants of a broader system, one that used vibration, light, and atmospheric energy to power tools, heal the body, and perhaps communicate across great distances. One of the most mysterious substances linked to these technologies is monatomic gold, known in ancient texts as MFGZT, or white powder of gold. The Egyptians described it as a substance of illumination, capable of enhancing consciousness and extending life. In modern chemistry, monatomic elements exhibit quantum properties that defy conventional physics: superconductivity, levitation, and zero electrical resistance. Could the ancients have mastered the refinement of such materials to create high-frequency energy conductors? In esoteric lore, the priests of the first time used this light powder to commune with the gods, aligning their vibrational bodies to higher dimensions. It was, quite literally, the food of the immortals, the bread of the presence mentioned in the book of Exodus and the manna that fell from heaven. If we accept that these civilizations understood energy as both a physical and spiritual force, Then their temples become far more than relics. They become machines of ascension. Their geometry channeled energy, their materials amplified frequency, and their rituals tuned human consciousness to resonate with the cosmos. The ancients did not separate science from spirituality. To them, both were expressions of the same truth, that all existence is vibration and vibration is divine. This understanding may explain why so many of these technologies were hidden or lost. Misused, they could destabilize the Earth's fields or disrupt the balance between dimensions. Legends from Atlantis, Lemuria, and Egypt all warn of civilizations destroyed by their own hubris, of priests who misapplied the energy of the gods and tore open the veil between worlds. The flood, the fall of Babel, and the fiery rain of Sodom may all be echoes of ancient energy catastrophes, reminders that the power to command creation must be balanced with wisdom. And yet, traces of this forgotten science endure. Modern researchers rediscovered principles under new names: quantum resonance, scalar waves, piezoelectricity, biophoton emission. Tesla's dream of wireless power, zero-point energy, and free global transmission mirrors the very principles encoded in the pyramids. As our understanding deepens, we begin to see that the ancients may not have been our primitive ancestors, but our teachers, custodians of science that fuse technology and divinity into one. Perhaps this is why so many ancient prophecies speak of a time when the temples will awaken again, when the grid will reactivate and humanity will once more walk with the wisdom of the gods. When we remember that energy, consciousness, and creation are one, the lost technology of the ancients will no longer seem miraculous, but inevitable, a natural expression of our forgotten potential. In the next chapter, we will explore the most profound expression of this ancient mastery, the power of light itself. From radiant deities to glowing artifacts and cosmic rays that seem to grant life and transformation, the ancients not only harnessed energy but became it. They spoke of beings who radiated brilliance and temples that shone with internal illumination. The mystery of the divine light, the energy of the stars manifested upon earth. Light, the first creation, the eternal bridge between matter and spirit, the language of the cosmos itself. Every ancient culture, from Egypt to India, from the Andes to the Arctic, revered light not merely as illumination but as consciousness, the essence of divinity. The gods were always beings of radiance, luminous figures descending from the heavens, surrounded by halos, fire, or the glow of the sun. Their temples shimmer with reflective metals, polished stones, and crystals designed to catch, refract, and amplify light. To the ancients, light was more than a symbol of life. It was life. It was energy, knowledge, and presence, the substance of the soul, and the medium through which the gods manifested on earth. The mastery of light was therefore the highest of all sciences, the sacred technology of illumination. In ancient Egypt, the relationship between light and divinity was absolute. The sun god Ra was not only worshipped as a celestial being, but as the very embodiment of creation's energy. Each dawn represented his rebirth, his triumph over darkness, and a renewal of life. The temples of Ra at Heliopolis, and later the temples of Ammonius Ra at Karnak and Luxor, were architectural invocations of light itself. Their corridors were designed so that the rising sun would penetrate deep into the sanctum on specific days of the year, the solstices and equinoxes, igniting golden altars and statues in a blinding glow. This was not decoration. It was precision engineering, an ancient synchronization of earthly architecture with celestial cycles. In those moments, light became divine intelligence entering the world. The Egyptians called it Ak, meaning shining spirit, the radiant energy that animated the gods and enlightened the soul. But the Egyptians' understanding of light went far beyond symbolic worship. The Dendera temple reliefs, often dismissed as mythological art, depict what many researchers interpret as representations of electrical or plasma technology, luminous serpents within bulb-like vessels, connected to a source by cables. These images, along with legends of the living light that fill the inner chambers of temples, suggest that the priests of ancient Egypt may have harnessed photonic or plasma energy, light that could be generated and controlled. Modern science has proven that plasma, the fourth state of matter, behaves both as light and energy, capable of storing and transmitting power. Could the ancients have discovered a natural means of producing and containing it? Some texts describe the Eye of Ra not as a mythic symbol, but as a literal weapon or beam of divine light. Technology so advanced it could heal or destroy at will. Across the world, we find similar reverence for radiant beings and luminous phenomena. In ancient India, the Vedas describe devas, celestial entities of light who govern the forces of nature. The Rig Veda declares, "The gods are born of light, their bodies are fire, their speech is flame." The Sanskrit term tejas, meaning radiant energy or divine brilliance, represents both spiritual enlightenment and literal luminosity. The Mahabharata speaks of Amanas, flying vehicles that shone like the sun and emitted rays of fire. The descriptions read like eyewitness accounts of radiant craft or energy-based machines. In yoga traditions, light is the highest form of consciousness, the bindu at the crown of the head, the inner sun that awakens during enlightenment. To see the light was not a metaphor. It was the actual experience of merging one's vibration with the universal energy field. Those who mastered this art were called rishis, seers, beings who literally saw with the light of creation. In Mesoamerica, the Mayan god Kukulkan, the feathered serpent, was described as a radiant being who descended from the sky in beams of light. His temple at Chichen Itza dramatizes his return each year. During the equinox, sunlight creates the illusion of a luminous serpent undulating down the pyramid steps. This phenomenon is not accidental. It's engineered astronomy. It proves that the builders understood the geometry of light and used it to manifest divine presence. The same principle appears in the Nazca lines, whose massive geoglyphs only reveal their full shape from the air, suggesting they were designed as visual messages to beings of light above. Even the Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan was called the place where men become gods, a city laid out as a solar mandala. For these civilizations, to ascend meant to become light, to transform from dense matter into radiant energy. In the high Andes, the legend of Viracocha, the god of light and creation, tells of a luminous being who emerged from the waters of Lake Titicaca to bring civilization to humankind. Described as shining like the sun and radiant as the dawn, he taught agriculture, architecture, and the laws of peace before disappearing into the Western Ocean. When the Spanish conquistadors arrived, the Incas mistook them for the returning children of Viracocha because of their shining armor, proof that the memory of radiant gods was deeply ingrained in their cultural psyche. The Inca priests spoke of the light within man, a spark of Viracocha that could be awakened through ritual and meditation. This was not mythology, it was metaphysics. They understood that divine light was both external and internal, a frequency of consciousness that could elevate the human spirit. The same truth echoed in the ancient world of the Near East. The Mesopotamian Anunnaki were often depicted as luminous figures, wearing horn helmets that emitted rays. The Akkadian word for God, Ilu, means the shining one. In Hebrew, the word Elohim carries a similar connotation, radiant beings of power. Biblical accounts describe angels and prophets surrounded by light, so bright it blinded onlookers. When Moses descended from Mount Sinai after speaking with the divine, his face was said to shine so that he had to veil it. In Christian iconography, saints and messiahs are depicted with halos, a visual memory of this radiance. The same motif appears in Buddhist art, where enlightened beings are surrounded by mandalas of light, and in Zoroastrianism, where divine beings wield fire that does not burn. These are not cultural coincidences. They are reflections of a shared memory, the remembrance of those who truly embodied light. Science now offers a lens through which to reinterpret these ancient testimonies. Physicists have discovered that light behaves as both wave and particle, energy and matter. It exists outside of time, moving at a constant speed that defines the structure of the universe itself. In quantum mechanics, all matter is frozen light, condensed vibration, slowed into form. The ancients, through spiritual insight or perhaps advanced understanding, seem to have known this. When they said, God is light, they were not speaking poetically. They were describing physics. The word or vibration in creation became light, and from that light, all things emerged. The same truth appears in every sacred text. Let there be light, Genesis. From the one came the shining, Upanishads. The universe bursts forth from luminous vibration, Mahayana Sutras. But how did the ancients use this knowledge? How did they harness light? Evidence suggests that they built entire systems around its manipulation. In Egypt, Temples were adorned with gold and limestone, materials that reflect and refract light with extraordinary intensity. The walls of sacred chambers were polished to mirror-like smoothness, amplifying the glow of torches or natural luminescence until the room seemed to radiate from within. The capstones of pyramids, according to Arab chroniclers, were plated with electrum, a naturally conductive alloy of gold and silver, which could focus solar energy or electromagnetic waves. In Peru, the Temple of the Sun in Cusco was covered in sheets of gold that caught and reflected sunlight so brilliantly that it was said to blind those who gaze upon it. The entire complex may have functioned as a solar amplifier, channeling radiant energy into the Earth's magnetic grid. In Asia, ancient Buddhist stupas were designed to capture subtle energy through their spiral geometry, focusing cosmic radiation into a central relic chamber. The domes of Hindu temples, likewise, act as resonant lenses, magnifying not only sound but light. The builders spoke of these as yantras, instruments that harmonize energy through sacred proportion. Modern physicists have confirmed that such geometries can concentrate electromagnetic energy, a scientific validation of what the ancients already practiced as spiritual engineering. Even the crown of the human head, the lotus or Sahasrara chakra, was understood as a receiver and transmitter of light. Through meditation and breath, the ancients believed they could awaken their inner light body, the Merkaba, capable of traveling beyond the physical plane, the original chariot of the gods. This light body was central to the initiatory rites of Egypt and beyond. The priest-kings of the mystery schools underwent years of training to awaken the Ba and Ka, the twin aspect of the soul, until they fused into a radiant being of pure light. This process, called the Transfiguration, was said to allow the initiate to ascend into the heavens as an immortal luminous form. Modern metaphysics calls this the activation of the light body. Quantum physics might describe it as the excitation of energy fields to higher frequencies. The mummification rituals of Egypt, the Tibetan rainbow body tradition, and even the Christian story of resurrection all describe the same transformation, the conversion of matter into light. The power of light, therefore, was not only external technology, but internal mastery. The gods, the luminous beings, were not distant entities. They were those who remember how to merge with light. Their radiance was not supernatural. It was natural, the full potential of the human spirit awakened. To stand before them was to witness pure consciousness made visible, light condensed into form. This is why nearly every culture's myths end with a prophecy, the return of beings of light, or the reawakening of humanity's own radiance. Today, science approaches the threshold of rediscovering this truth. We speak of photonic computers, bioluminescent DNA, and quantum consciousness, technologies that confirm what the ancients encoded in myth. That light is a fabric of life itself. Every cell in the human body emits photons, tiny flashes of bioluminescence that regulate biological communication. We are literally beings of light. The temples and pyramids were not external symbols of this truth, but externalizations of it, mirrors of the divine radiance that resides within. Perhaps the ancient world's greatest secret was not how to create light, but how to become it. The priests of the sun, the prophets of the Vedas, the initiates of the pyramids, they all pointed to the same revelation. Enlightenment was not metaphorical. It was literal. To ascend was to vibrate at the speed of light, to dissolve the boundaries of matter and merge with the eternal brilliance of the source. And so, the mystery of light stands at the center of all others, the key that unites science, spirit, and the stars. For the gods were beings of light, and if light is the foundation of all creation, then the divine spark is not distant. It is within us, waiting to awaken. In the next chapter, we follow this radiant trail into the heavens themselves, to the stars, planets, and cosmic alignments that ancient temples mirrored so precisely. Were these structures built not only to honor the gods, but to communicate with them? We explore the theory of celestial correspondence, how ancient temples, monuments, and cities across the world formed a map of the sky on Earth, reflecting the belief that humanity's destiny was written among the stars. From the moment humanity first looked at the heavens, a deep intuition stirred, that the stars were not merely distant lights, but the dwelling places of gods, ancestors, and cosmic intelligences. Ancient civilizations didn't simply observe the night sky. They built their world around it. Their cities, temples, and monuments were not random constructions, but deliberate reflections of the celestial order above. They believed that earth and sky were mirrors, that harmony below depended on alignment above. This is the essence of the doctrine of celestial correspondence, the idea that our planet is a living reflection of the cosmos, and that through sacred architecture, humanity could communicate directly with the stars. Nowhere is this principle more evident than in the Great Pyramid of Giza and its surrounding complex. For centuries, scholars have noted the uncanny precision with which the three pyramids align with the stars of Orion's belt, Alnitak, Alnilam, and Mintaka. This was not a coincidence. The ancient Egyptians associated Orion with Osiris, the god of resurrection and cosmic order. To them, Orion's rising signaled the soul's journey into the afterlife, a celestial roadmap for transformation. The shafts within the Great Pyramid are angled to point directly at specific stars, one Alnitak in Orion's belt, another to Sirius, the brightest star in the night sky, representing the goddess Isis. Together, these two stars symbolize a union of divine masculine and feminine, the cosmic balance that sustained all life. In this way, the Great Pyramid was not simply a tomb or monument, but a stellar gateway, a resonant device aligned to the frequencies of the heavens. Modern simulations have confirmed that the alignment of the pyramids corresponds not to sky as it appears today, but to the sky around 10,500 BC, the epoch when Orion's belt in Sirius would have been positioned precisely as the monuments reflect. This means the builders were tracking celestial cycles across millennia, a feat requiring astronomical knowledge far beyond what conventional history attributes to ancient man. It suggests that the design of Giza was part of a global tradition, the reproduction of heaven on earth, encoding the myth of cosmic origin into the landscape itself. The same stellar precision appears across the ancient world. Thousands of miles away in Central America, the Maya constructed entire cities as living star maps. The city of Teotihuacan, whose name means a place where men become gods, mirrors the same Orion alignment found at Giza. Its three great pyramids, the sun, the moon, and Quetzalcoatl, correspond to stars of Orion's belt. The Avenue of the Dead, running through its center, aligns with the celestial meridian, tracking the movement of the Milky Way. The Maya considered the Milky Way not a mere cluster of stars, but the world tree, a cosmic river linking heaven, earth, and the underworld. The positioning of their temples along this line symbolize a journey of the soul through these realms. Their astronomers predicted solar and lunar eclipses, tracked Venus with astonishing accuracy, and used these alignments to time their rituals. To them, architecture was not static. It was a conversation with the cosmos. In South America, the same pattern continues. At Machu Picchu, perched high in the Andes, the Temple of the Sun is aligned so that during the solstices, sunlight passes directly through its central window to illuminate a carved stone altar. Nearby, the Intihuatana stone, the hitching post of the sun, marks the exact moment when the sun stands still in the sky before reversing its course. These alignments were not decorative but energetic. They anchored the solar cycles into the Earth's grid. The Incas believed that by syncing their temples with the movement of the heavens, they maintained harmony between the material and spiritual realms, ensuring fertility, stability, and cosmic balance. In the deserts of Peru, the Nazca lines, vast geoglyphs stretching across miles of barren plain, form intricate shapes of animals and geometric figures only visible from the sky. Many of these lines align perfectly with solstices, equinoxes, and specific star risings. Some researchers have proposed that they function as a terrestrial calendar or even a signal system for aerial beings, celestial travelers guiding the ancients from above. Whether symbolic or literal, the Nazca lines reinforce a universal truth. Ancient humanity saw itself as part of a cosmic dialogue, not separate from the stars but intertwined with them. Even in the ancient British Isles, thousands of miles from Egypt or Peru, the same celestial obsession appears. Stonehenge, long thought to be a simple prehistoric monument, is in fact a sophisticated astronomical observatory. Its stones mark the precise positions of the sun and moon during solstices and equinoxes, and recent studies suggest that certain alignments also correspond to the rising and setting of prominent stars. During the summer solstice, sunlight pierces directly through the heel stone, illuminating the heart of the circle, a moment of cosmic resonance celebrated even today. Surrounding sites like Avebury, Silbury Hill, and the ancient chalk carvings of southern England form a network of geometric and celestial alignments. Together, they demonstrate a deep understanding of Earth's relationship to the heavens, an ancient acknowledgement that as above, so below. This phrase, immortalized by the Hermetic philosophers of Egypt, captures the very essence of celestial correspondence. The Emerald Tablet of Thoth declares, "That which is above is like that which is below, and that which is below is like that which is above, to accomplish the miracles of the one thing." To the ancients, this was not abstract poetry, but scientific law. The patterns of the stars mirrored the patterns of life on Earth, from the structure of atoms to the growth of plants to the architecture of temples. The macrocosm reflected the microcosm. To build in harmony with the heavens was to channel the very forces that shape creation. This is why ancient priests were also astronomers, architects, and healers. Their work unified physical and metaphysical science. In China, the Forbidden City in Beijing was built according to the same principle. Its layout mirrors the North Star and the surrounding constellations, symbolizing the emperor's role as the earthly reflection of the celestial order. The Chinese call this concept Qianxia, under heaven. The emperor ruled not by conquest, but by alignment with the heavens. When eclipses or cosmic anomalies occurred, they were interpreted as warnings that the harmony between heaven and earth had been broken. Similarly, in ancient Persia, the ziggurat of Chogazambil and the fire temples of the Magi were oriented to key stars and planetary conjunctions. The fire that burned perpetually within them represented the eternal light of the cosmos, the same divine flame mirrored in the stars above. Even the ancient Hopi of North America placed their villages according to celestial design. Their mesas formed the shape of the Orion constellation when viewed from above. According to Hopi prophecy, their ancestors came from the Pleiades, the seven sisters, and their alignment to Orion was a sacred covenant to the star ancestors. They taught that one day, the stars and earth would realign, signaling the return of the blue star Kachina, a celestial messenger heralding a new era of balance. This prophecy mirrors countless others across the globe, from the Maya's return of Kukulkan to Egypt's rebirth of Osiris. Each foretells a time when humanity and the heavens will once again move in harmony, when the gods will return through the gateways we once built to them. The celestial correspondence did not stop at architecture. It permeated myth, ritual, and governance. The pharaohs of Egypt timed their coronations to stellar events, ensuring that their reign began when the heavens were most auspicious. The Mayan kings performed bloodletting ceremonies during planetary alignments to feed the gods and maintain cosmic balance. In Mesopotamia, temple rituals were synchronized with Venus cycles, linking the goddess Inanna's descent into the underworld with the planet's disappearance and reappearance in the sky. Every royal decree, every sacred festival, was an echo of the stars. This global synchronization raises profound questions. How did these ancient civilizations, separated by oceans and millennia, achieve such astronomical precision? How did they all conceive of the same idea, that humanity's destiny was written in the heavens? One possibility is that they inherited this knowledge from a single source, a parent civilization or higher intelligence that seeded the wisdom of the stars across the earth. Perhaps these gods were not abstract deities but cosmic travelers, beings who descended from the heavens and taught early humanity to look upward, to align, to remember their celestial origin. Modern astrophysics reveals that many of the stars venerated by the ancients, Orion, Sirius, and the Pleiades, are among the nearest and most active stellar systems capable of supporting life. It is as if the ancients knew where to look. The Dogon tribe of Mali, for instance, possessed knowledge of Sirius's binary star system, including Sirius B, a white dwarf invisible to the naked eye and undiscovered by modern science until the 19th century. The Dogon claimed this knowledge was given them by amphibious beings called the Namo, who came from the Sirius system and promised a return. The parallels between the Dogon's oral traditions and ancient Egyptian cosmology are undeniable, both centered around Sirius as a star of origin and resurrection. If all these ancient cultures were, in fact, reflecting a deeper cosmic reality, that our ancestors were visited, guided, or even descended from the stars, then the alignment of temples, cities, and monuments across the earth takes on new meaning. These were not mere observatories. They were communication nodes, terrestrial antennas tuned to the heavens. Through geometry, resonance, and light, the ancients may have sought not only to worship the gods, but to contact them, to maintain a channel between worlds. And perhaps that channel was never entirely closed. Even today, those who study ancient sites report unexplained phenomena, magnetic anomalies, bursts of radiation, and subtle vibrations around certain alignments, as if these old structures still hum with power, still whisper to the stars. Maybe the temples of old were not monuments to a dead past, but instruments waiting for reactivation, when humanity once again remembers its place in the great cosmic design. For the ancients knew what modern humanity had forgotten, that the sky above is not distant or alien, but the mirror of our own origin. The stars are our ancestors, and the temples we built are their reflections on earth. In the next chapter, we go even deeper into this connection, into the forbidden question of the heart of ancient history. Who were the beings that descended from those stars? Were they gods, angels, or visitors from other worlds? And did they leave behind more than myth? Did they leave proof? We now enter the realm of ancient contact, where archaeology meets the unexplainable and the line between myth and extraterrestrial reality begins to dissolve. Since the earliest dawn of civilization, the question has haunted humanity. Who are the gods that came from the stars? Every ancient culture speaks of a time when celestial beings descended from the heavens, beings of light, immense power, and profound knowledge, who walked among mortals, taught them language, mathematics, agriculture, and the arts of civilization. These gods were not distant abstractions or imaginary deities. They were described as physical presences, radiant yet tangible, immortal yet capable of interacting with humanity. Their stories are not confined to one region or faith. They form a connective tissue of global myth. From the Sumerian Anunnaki to the Egyptian Neteru, from the Hindu Devas to the Mayan sky serpents, the pattern is identical. The ancients recorded not religion, but memory. And that memory speaks of ancient contact, a time when Earth was part of a vast cosmic network, and humanity was the student of the stars. In Mesopotamia, humanity's first civilization, the Sumerians recorded the most explicit accounts of contact. On clay tablets dating back over 5,000 years, they wrote of the Anunnaki, a race of divine beings who descended from heaven to earth. According to the Enuma Elish and Epic of Atrahasis, the Anunnaki came to Earth to mine gold and other precious minerals, not for wealth, but for a purpose that transcends material value. Ancient texts suggest that they used gold to stabilize their planet's atmosphere, or as a conductor in advanced technologies. When their labor became too great, they created humankind to assist them. In the Atrahasis epic, the god Enki forms humans from clay mixed with divine essence, an unmistakable metaphor for genetic engineering. Humanity, then, was not created by chance, but by design. The texts go further, describing how the gods lived among humans, taught them agriculture, astronomy, and governance. Temples like Eridu and Nippur were not mere shrines. They were command centers where humans served their celestial overseers. In Egypt, the story takes a parallel form. The Neteru, the divine beings of the first time, Zep Tepi, were said to have come from the stars before the rise of the pharaohs. The priests of Heliopolis recorded that these shining beings brought with them knowledge of architecture, medicine, and the calendar. Thoth, the god of wisdom, was described as he who came from the heavens, bearing the emerald tablets, texts that reveal the secrets of energy, vibration, and immortality. Isis and Osiris, too, were said to have descended in a pillar of light from the belt of Orion, establishing civilization along the Nile. Their offspring, Horus, ruled as the first divine king, bridging heaven and earth. The Egyptian texts are rich with celestial imagery that modern scholars dismiss as metaphor. Yet, when one reads them through the lens of ancient contact, the metaphors become descriptions. Flying boats of light, Merkaba, sound weapons that cut through mountains, and divine eyes that could see across the world. Technologies indistinguishable from spacecraft, lasers, and long-range surveillance. In India, the Vedas and Mahabharata preserve some of the most astonishing accounts of advanced aerial technology and interstellar conflict. The gods and their rivals fought battles in the sky using luminous chariots called vimanas. These craft are described in vivid detail, equipped with mirrors, weapon systems, and engines powered by mercury vortices and sound harmonics. The Samarangana Sutradhara, an ancient Sanskrit text on engineering, devotes entire chapters to describing construction and operation of vimanas, including propulsion systems and anti-gravity principles. It even warns that misuse of these machines could lead to catastrophic destruction, eerily mirroring modern fears of nuclear or energetic warfare. The Mahabharata describes weapons of unimaginable power, the Brahmastra, which unleash fire brighter than 1,000 suns, leaving survivors with hair and nails falling out. Radiation sickness in ancient language. Could be that these texts record the remnants of extraterrestrial technology, wars fought by starfaring beings whose conflicts once scarred our planet. Similar stories echo in the Americas. The Maya, Aztecs, and Inca all claim descent from sky gods who descended on beams of light. The Maya revered Kukulkan, the feathered serpent, who came from the heavens to teach mathematics, architecture, and astronomy before returning to the stars. The Aztecs called him Quetzalcoatl, a radiant, bearded figure who promised a return. The Incas spoke of Viracocha, the Shining One, who emerged from the sea after a great cataclysm. These were not mere teachers. They were world builders. Archaeologists still cannot explain how the Maya calculated planetary cycles with such precision, predicting eclipses centuries in advance. Nor can they explain how Andean civilizations shaped and transported stones weighing hundreds of tons across mountains. The legends of flying serpents and thunderbirds may describe crafts of light, aerial vehicles witnessed by early humans. Even today in high Andes, villagers tell of orbs of light descending into the ruins at night, as if ancient contact never truly ceased. The same pattern appears across the Pacific. In Polynesia, the Maori and Hawaiian traditions speak of luminous beings called the Aku who came from the stars that never move, the Pleiades, and interbred with humans. In Japan, the Tengu and Amatsukami were radiant sky beings who descended in glowing ships. The Ainu people, Japan's ancient inhabitants, trace their ancestry to gods of light. The Dogon tribe of Mali, thousands of miles away in Africa, also claim that their ancestors came from the Pleiades and the Sirius star system. They tell of the Namo, amphibious beings who arrived in spinning ships and taught the Dogon the secrets of the stars. The most astonishing detail? The Dogon accurately described Sirius as a binary system with a dense companion star invisible to the naked eye. Sirius B, centuries before modern astronomy discovered it. How could an isolated tribe possess such advanced astronomical knowledge unless it was given to them? In the Americas North, the Hopi people tell the Kachina, star beings who guided humanity through cycles of destruction and renewal. They were said to have lived among humans, teaching survival, art, and agriculture. The Hopi prophecy speaks of the blue star Kachina, a celestial being whose return will signal the dawn of a new world age. This prophecy eerily aligns with the modern discovery of blue supergiants in Orion and the resurgence of interest in ancient star alignments worldwide. To the Hopi, as to countless others, the line between gods and extraterrestrials was non-existent. The beings who came from the sky were both creators and companions. Across the ancient world, carvings, tablets, and cave paintings depict the same imagery. Humanoid figures in helmets or suits, rays of light descending from the sky, circular or cigar-shaped crafts hovering over temples. In the Australian outback, the Aboriginal Wangina are depicted as tall, white-skinned beings with large eyes and radiant halos, eerily resembling modern descriptions of extraterrestrials. In Mesopotamian reliefs, the Anunnaki are shown holding pine cone devices, often interpreted as symbols of life or enlightenment, but resembling tools used for energy manipulation. In Egypt, the gods carry ankhs connected to rods, devices that may have been part of an ancient energy technology. In Peru, the figures of Tiwanaku wear helmets with radiant lines emanating from them, as though transmitting or receiving signals. How could so many cultures across millennia, with no contact between them, all depict the same kind of beings, luminous, skyborn, and technologically advanced? Skeptics argue that these are symbolic depictions of natural forces, spiritual visions, or archetypes of divinity. But if that were true, why do they all share the same physical details, the same devices, the same shapes, the same associations with stars like Sirius, Orion, and the Pleiades? The consistency across time and geography defies coincidence. The more one studies ancient art, the more it resembles documentation, not imagination. The ancients were describing encounters with something real, something otherworldly. Modern archaeology may dismiss these as myths, but the evidence continues to mount. In 1947, the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls revealed ancient Hebrew texts describing the sons of light who descended from heaven in chariots of fire. The Book of Enoch, once banned from the Bible, details how watchers came to earth, taught humanity metallurgy and science, and interbred with humans, producing a race of giants, the Nephilim. The text goes on to say that the divine punished them for corrupting humanity, bringing forth a flood to cleanse the world, a motif identical to Sumerian, Egyptian, and Mesoamerican legends. Everywhere, the story is the same. Celestial beings arrive, share knowledge, and depart after catastrophe. Even our DNA may hold traces of their influence. Geneticists have long been puzzled by the sudden leap in human intelligence around 200,000 years ago, a quantum jump that defies gradual evolution. Some scientists, like Francis Crick, co-discoverer of DNA's double helix structure, propose a theory of directed panspermia, that life on Earth was seeded intentionally by an advanced extraterrestrial civilization. Could the same be true of human consciousness itself? The ancients claimed that the gods breathed their essence into man. Perhaps that essence was more than metaphor. Modern researchers have found non-coding sequences in human DNA, so-called junk DNA, that may act as receivers for electromagnetic signals. Could our very biology be designed to connect us to the stars? If these ancient contact events were real, then their legacy explains everything we see in early civilization. The sudden explosion of agriculture, astronomy, writing, and monumental architecture. Humanity did not rise in isolation. It was activated. The gods taught us how to build, to measure, to dream. But when they left or withdrew, their teachings became fragmented, turning into religion, myth, and superstition. The temples that once served as communication hubs became shrines. The chants that once resonated with cosmic energy became rituals. We remember the form, but forgot the function, yet their promise endures. Nearly every ancient text speaks of a future return, a time when the gods, the shining ones, will descend again to restore balance. The Maya called it the fifth sun, the Egyptians the age of Horus, the Hopi the day of purification. Even in modern faiths, the theme persists: the second coming, the return of the Mahdi, the reappearance of Koki, the descent of Mithriah. All point to the same prophecy, that those who came from the stars will one day walk among us again. Perhaps the return has already begun, not with blazing glory, but with whispers. The rise in unexplained aerial phenomena, the rediscovery of lost sites, and the accelerating union of science and spirituality all hint that humanity stands at the threshold of remembering. The ancients called this moment the Great Awakening, the return of cosmic knowledge and the reactivation of the bond between Earth and the stars. In the next chapter, we will explore the tangible remnants of this contact, the artifacts, carvings, and objects that defy explanation, items that suggest not myth, but interaction, not imagination, but evidence. These are the forbidden artifacts of the gods, the material proof that the beings who came from the heavens once walked upon the earth, and may never have left. After the flood of forgetting, only fragments of ancient wisdom remained, scattered among temples, scrolls, and stone. Yet those fragments held a hidden pulse, a plan to guide the world back toward light. Across continents, secret circles formed, priesthoods, sages, and travelers who preserved this sacred knowledge through symbols and myth. They called themselves many names: the keepers of the dawn, the watchers, the children of the sun. In Egypt, they aligned temples with Orion's belt and the rising of Sirius, preserving celestial knowledge as geometry. In Sumer, their counterparts inscribed the laws of the heavens upon clay tablets. In the East, mystics meditated in mountain caves, chanting frequencies that resonated with the very stars. Their wisdom traveled silently through time, past the philosophers, inventors, and visionaries who seemed to awaken with memories not their own. The architects of ancient empires, the builders of cathedrals, and the inventors of the Renaissance all carried sparks of the same light. The hidden current of knowledge flowed beneath the surface of history, shaping revolutions of thought and science. It was said the keepers awaited a fifth awakening, when humanity would again remember its origins beyond Earth. They left signs, alignments, codes, and prophecies that would resurface when the stars returned to their ancient positions. Now those signs reappear. The same constellations that guided the ancients rise again, temples and pyramids aligning once more. The knowledge buried for millennia begins to stir. Humanity stands at the threshold of rediscovery, sensing that our ancestors were not primitive dreamers, but custodians of a cosmic inheritance. The message they preserved was simple yet world-changing. We were never alone, and we were never ordinary. Beneath ruins and myths lies a story of guardians, the keepers of hidden knowledge. When the cataclysms ended and the world was reborn, fragments of an older civilization survived. These survivors, called by many names, the Shining Ones, the followers of Horus, the Magi, carried with them the wisdom of the gods. They became the secret architects of humanity's recovery. In Egypt, they were the Shemsahor, those who walked with Horus, guiding the first dynasties and building temples aligned to the stars. In Sumer, they became the Apkallu, fish-cloaked sages who brought laws and mathematics after the flood. Across the Andes and Himalayas, myths tell of luminous teachers descending from the sky to rebuild civilization. These initiates knew that power without balance would destroy humanity again. So they hid their science within symbols, geometry, and myth. Knowledge was passed through mystery schools and priesthoods, encoded in sacred architecture. The Great Pyramid itself may be a message in stone, a library of vibration and proportion designed to outlast time. Legends say these keepers retreated into the mountains and deserts when mankind forgot the sacred laws. In every era, they re-emerged to inspire bursts of genius. The rise of Sumer, the dawn of Greece, the birth of the Renaissance. They were not conquerors, but stewards of memory, preserving the blueprint of the divine design. Their influence shaped secret brotherhoods, spiritual orders, and scientific leaps. The hidden lineage of light stretched across ages, waiting for humanity to mature enough to reclaim its legacy. And now, as ancient symbols return and lost knowledge resurfaces, the voice of the keepers whispers once more. Remember what you were before you forgot. Throughout history, whispers tell of the hidden orders, secret brotherhoods preserving the wisdom of the ancients. After the last great cataclysm, initiates of lost civilizations carried sacred knowledge into the shadows. They became priest-kings, magi, and sages who protected the light through the long night of ignorance. In Egypt, they were the Shemsahor, guardians of the temple science. In Persia, the Magi preserved the star mysteries. The Greeks inherited the same teachings through the mystery schools of Delphi and Eleusis. Across Asia, the keepers hid within monasteries of Tibet and the Himalayas, waiting for the time of return. Each group carried fragments of the same truth, that humanity was born from the stars and destined to rise again. In the West, the chain continued to the Knights Templar, the Rosicrucians, and the Freemasons. Their symbols, the all-seeing eye, the compass, the rose upon the cross, encoded cosmic laws within art and architecture. Their rituals reenacted the journey of the soul back to light. Though persecuted, they survived, passing the torch in secret. The purpose of these orders was never power, but preservation. They protected the sacred science, the knowledge of vibration, geometry, and consciousness, until the world could wield it wisely. Each age saw them influence great minds. Leonardo, Newton, and Tesla, all echoing ancient truths in new language. Now, in the age of rediscovery, their symbols awaken once more. The same geometry that built the pyramids appears in microchips and quantum physics. The Guardians' task nears its end, for humanity is remembering what was hidden. The light they carried in secrecy is rising openly once again. The final act of their eternal mission to awaken the divine within mankind. As humanity emerged from darkness, the old wisdom began to reappear, this time disguised as science. The rediscovery of cosmic law through physics, mathematics, and invention marked the return of ancient knowledge under new names. What the ancients called the language of the gods became the equations of modern genius. Leonardo da Vinci sketched machines and geometries centuries ahead of his time, guided by the same divine ratios carved into Egyptian temples. Giordano Bruno spoke of infinite worlds and living stars, echoing the Hermetic belief that life fills the cosmos. Newton, though celebrated for gravity, devoted his nights to alchemy and sacred geometry, seeking the one force behind all matter. Then came Nikola Tesla, the great torchbearer of forgotten science. He spoke of energy, frequency, and vibration, the very triad of Atlantean creation. His wireless towers and resonant fields mirrored the pyramid's hidden design. Tesla believed Earth itself was a living generator, resonating with the heavens. He sought to restore that ancient harmony through technology. Others followed. Victor Schauberger harnessed the spiral flow of water, the same vortex, symbol seen in the caduceus and sacred art. Einstein revealed that energy and matter were one, confirming the wisdom of the Vedas. All form is frozen light. Modern discoveries, lasers, quantum theory, DNA resonance, are echoes of the same timeless science once encoded in temples. Humanity calls it innovation, but it is remembrance. The old light returns through new minds. As knowledge and spirit reunite, the veil between myth and science dissolves. The ancients were not primitive. They were the first physicists of the soul. Today's scientists, knowingly or not, are their descendants, awakening the same divine technology hidden within creation itself. A new light rises across humanity, the return of the light. For millennia, the knowledge of the stars was hidden in temples, whispered by initiates and guarded by silence. Now, that ancient current stirs again. Science and spirituality converge, revealing what sages once knew. Consciousness is energy and all life is vibration. Meditation, sound healing, and sacred geometry are no longer mysticism, but rediscovered science. The ancients tuned their bodies to the frequencies of the cosmos, and today, humanity rediscovers that harmony. Every heartbeat mirrors the pulse of Earth. Every thought echoes through the universal field. When mind and emotion align, miracles occur not as fantasy, but as resonance. The light returns through awareness. People awaken to unity, sensing that the divine is not distant but within. The same truth pulses through every culture. In the chants of monks, the mantras of yogis, and the prayers of saints, each path leads to the same realization. We are the cosmos awakening to itself. This shift transforms the planet. Fear gives way to curiosity. Division yields to empathy. Ancient prophecies call it the Age of Light, a time when knowledge would flood the earth like dawn after a long night. The gods who once descended in fire now rise through human hearts. The return of the light is not a coming event. It is happening now. The hidden spark within humanity has ignited, and the darkness recedes not through battle, but through remembrance. Every act of love, every moment of awareness expands that flame. The same stars that guided the ancients now burn in our eyes, reminding us that enlightenment was never lost, only waiting to be remembered. Across cultures and centuries, one prophecy echoes. The gods will return. The ancients called it the Great Reunion, the time when heaven and earth would meet again. Yet this return is not invasion, but awakening. It is the moment when humanity and the celestial merge in consciousness, recognizing their shared origin among the stars. Legends from Sumer to Egypt tell of luminous teachers, beings who descended in fire and light, guiding humanity's first civilizations. They promised to return when humanity remembered its divine nature. Modern science, uncovering mysteries in our DNA, hints that these myths may hide truth, that our origins are cosmic, seeded from beyond. UFO phenomena and official disclosures have reignited questions once buried by disbelief. Yet perhaps these visitors are not strangers but kin. Consciousness is reaching out across time to reconnect with their forgotten family. Contact, the ancients said, begins not in the sky but in the soul. The reunion is not a spectacle of ships but of awareness. As human vibration rises, perception expands, and communication shifts from language to resonance, thought to thought, heart to heart. When fear falls away, the veil between worlds lifts. Every tradition foresaw this union. The Mayas' return of the Lord of Light, the Hopis' prophecy of the blue star, Egypt's promise that the gods would walk with men again. Each points to the same truth, that humanity is ready to rejoin the cosmic family it once knew. The Great Reunion is not the end of human story, but the beginning of a greater one, where the sky is no longer distant and the divine no longer unreachable. The stars are calling, and this time we remember their voice. When contact becomes communion, a new species is born, the new human. The ancients called it the fifth sun, the awakening of humanity's divine nature. This is not mutation but transformation, evolution guided by consciousness. The new human lives in harmony with energy, vibration, and thought. DNA itself responds to emotion and intention, revealing that consciousness shapes biology. What mystics call ascension is the activation of the light body, the luminous field that bridges physical and spiritual existence. Technology evolves alongside spirit. Machines begin to mirror mind, powered by resonance and awareness instead of fuel. Science and spirituality merge into one pursuit, understanding the patterns of divine intelligence. The earth becomes a temple once more, her ecosystem sustained by balance, not exploitation. Society transforms as separation dissolves. Masculine and feminine energies unite. Heart and intellect find equilibrium. Fear fades because control is no longer needed. Wisdom guides creation. Leadership becomes collaboration, and education awakens creativity. Humanity realizes that mastery lies not in conquest, but in coherence. The children of this era, the indigo and crystal generations, carry this new vibration. They think in light, feel in frequency, and sense unity instinctively. They are the living bridge between the past and the possible. In the age of the new human, death is understood as transition. Thought becomes creation, and love becomes a law of physics. Every being glows with remembrance, a star reborn in flesh. The universe has not changed. We have simply remembered what we are. The gods we awaited were within us all along, waiting for the moment humanity would awaken, not to ascend away from Earth, but to illuminate it. Across the stars, every planet and particle vibrates with sound, a vast cosmic harmony the ancients called the music of the spheres. To them, creation was not random but rhythmic. The universe was a song, and every life was a note. Pythagoras taught that geometry and sound were the same divine language, and temples across Earth, from Egypt to Angkor, were tuned to the frequencies of the heavens. Today, science confirms what mystics long knew. Stars sing through vibrations, and planets hum with resonance. NASA has recorded the tones of Jupiter and Saturn, haunting harmonics that echo through space. Matter itself is organized by sound. When frequency passes through form, it shapes order from chaos, creating sacred geometry, the same patterns carved in ancient stone. The human body, too, is an instrument of this grand music. Every heartbeat, breath, and thought vibrates in sympathy with Earth's own frequency. When emotion and mind align, we attune to the cosmic rhythm, achieving what the ancients call harmony of the soul. Disharmony, fear, hate, imbalance, is simply being out of tune. Healing, then, is remembering the right note. The ancients built temples not just to worship, but to resonate. The Great Pyramid hums at 118 hertz, a healing tone. Stonehenge aligns the lunar cycles. The Mayans designed temples that sang back the call of the human voice. All were built to remind humanity of its place in the universal melody. Now, as consciousness awakens again, we hear the music once more, the pulse of creation in every atom. The universe is not silent. It is alive, singing through us, awaiting our harmony. When humanity plays its note again, the cosmos itself will resonate in joy. Beyond sound and light lies the stillness from which all things arise, the one source. Every ancient teaching pointed here, the void that is not emptiness but infinite awareness. Egyptians called it Adam, the self-born. Hindus, Brahmin, mystics, the all. From this silence, the first vibration was born, the word, the Aum, the pulse that became the universe. Modern science now approaches the same mystery. Quantum physics shows that beneath matter lies a sea of energy, a field of potential waiting for observation to bring it to life. Consciousness does not emerge in the universe. It creates it. The observer is the source of existence itself. What mystics saw as divine mind, physicists glimpse as a quantum field. The ancients expressed this unity through architecture. Temples were maps of the cosmos, aligning earth with heaven. To enter them was to enter the body of the divine. Their rituals and symbols all led to one realization. There is no separation. The stars, the gods, the soul, all are expressions of one consciousness learning to see itself. When humanity remembers this truth, fear dissolves. Conflict fades because division was illusion. Light and dark, life and death, good and evil, all are movements of the same eternal current. Even destruction serves renewal. Even shadow carries purpose. The journey of awakening is the journey home to this oneness. Each act of love, each breath of awareness, brings us closer to remembering that the universe is not outside us. It is us. The one source has never been hidden. It has always been the silence between our thoughts. When we return to that stillness, we discover the oldest truth. The divine was never elsewhere. It was always within. Once unity is remembered, creation itself awakens. The universe begins to dream consciously, shaping reality not through chaos but through choice. The ancients foresaw this as a rebirth of the Golden Age, a time when spirit and matter dance in harmony, and humanity becomes co-creator with the divine. In this new creation, evolution changes form. It is no longer survival but expression, existence unfolding as art. Thought and intention shape reality instantly. Energy responds to love. The earth, too, transforms, becoming radiant and balanced. Nature thrives because humanity no longer dominates it, but collaborates with it. Every act, from breathing to building, becomes sacred. Civilization mirrors this awakening. Technology aligns with consciousness. Machines powered by resonance and clean energy. Science and spirituality fuse into one wisdom. Architecture grows from living light. Communication becomes telepathic. Education awakens empathy. Humanity rediscovers that progress is not speed but harmony. This rebirth is guided by love, not emotion, but the fundamental vibration that binds galaxies and souls alike. Love is the geometry of existence, the blueprint behind every atom and orbit. In its purest form, it becomes illumination, the recognition that all life is divine. The gods of the past return, not as rulers, but as reflections of what we have become. The circle completes. The teacher and the student merge, and the one creates anew through its awakened fragments. Creation expands forever, joyfully, like a song that never ends. The awakening of creation is not an apocalypse, but a beginning, the first breath of a conscious universe. Humanity stands at its heart, the bridge between matter and spirit, the living proof that even the infinite can fall asleep and dream itself awake again. After the awakening of creation, the cosmos moves toward equilibrium, the long-awaited return of eternal balance. For ages, duality ruled existence, light and dark, life and death, chaos and order. Yet these were never enemies, only the two hands of the same divine body. In this new state, every polarity finds harmony, like instruments resolving into one perfect chord. The ancients called this Ma'at, Tao, or the way of the stars, the law of universal balance. In their wisdom, even chaos was sacred, for ensured renewal. The awakened humanity rediscovers this law. Masculine and feminine, reason and intuition, science and spirit, once divided, now merge into one creative pulse. Technology aligns with ethics. Progress serves compassion. This balance echoes through every layer of existence. Within individuals, mind and heart synchronize. Emotion no longer overpowers reason, and thought no longer silences the soul. Illness fades as energy flows without resistance. The earth mirrors this harmony. Storms calm, seasons flow gently, and life renews itself. Balance, however, is not stillness but rhythm, a steady heartbeat of creation and return. The ancients said, "When heaven and earth dance as one, the gods walk again among men." That time has come. Humanity learns that mastery is not control, but alignment. At last, the universe breathes evenly. Every being vibrates with understanding that nothing was ever lost, only learning. The pendulum stops swinging wildly. It rests at center. From this center, creation shines in perfect symmetry, the pulse of peace the ancients called the great harmony. When every shadow finds its light, the universe enters a stage of final illumination, the moment when all things recognize their divine origin. It is not an ending but a revelation. Every star, every soul, every atom realizes it was always part of the same eternal consciousness. The ancient initiates called this moment the Great Return. Egyptians described the heart becoming light as a feather, merging with the stars. The Vedas named it Samadhi, the dissolution of the self into the ocean of Brahman. In this illumination, separation ends. The wave remembers it is the sea. Time itself folds inward. Past and future dissolve into an eternal now. Fear vanishes because there is nothing left to defend. The soul sees that it was never apart from God, never cast out, never forgotten. Light and awareness merge, the cosmos remembering its own face. Science mirrors the mystic's vision. Matter becomes energy. Energy becomes consciousness. Physicists glimpse the quantum field, a sea of pure potential where all things connect. The mystics call it the void that sings. In this illumination, love ceases to be emotion and becomes recognition. The awareness that everything is self-meeting self in countless forms. The gods, the stars, the humans, all reflections of one infinite awareness. And yet, illumination is not rest. It is the dawn of a new awareness, a radiant stillness from which creation begins again. The final secret revealed. The source never vanished. It has always been here, dreaming through us. Creation's story concludes only to begin again. The eternal continuum. The universe, now awake, flows between silence and song, forever creating and remembering itself. Humanity stands within this living current, aware that every heartbeat echoes the rhythm of the cosmos. The temples, myths, and star maps were never separate tales. They were messages left for this moment. Reminders that we are both the dream and the dreamer. The gods who once descended from the heavens were not strangers, but mirrors of what humanity was destined to become. As consciousness expands, the universe breathes through us. The stars are no longer distant. They shine within every thought, every act of love. The separation between divine and mortal, physical and spiritual, dissolves entirely. Life becomes luminous, every being a thread in the infinite tapestry of awareness. Science and spirit converge in one truth. Existence is love, endlessly expressing itself. The galaxies swirl not by chance but by harmony, each orbit a movement in the cosmic dance. Humanity, now conscious co-creator, shapes new world with intention rather than struggle. And yet the continuum does not rest. When the final note fades, silence gives birth to a new song. The one source smiles through its infinite reflections, forever experiencing itself anew. The journey that began with wonder ends in wisdom, and from wisdom, wonder is born again. The light never fades, the song never ends, and every soul, every star, every whisper creation continues to sing. We are one.